Hey guys, how's it going? On today's episode, I'm going to be showing you how I made this beautiful furniture website that you see on the screen right now. And at the end of this video, we're going to be deploying it for free using a particular hosting platform called Netlify. So as you can see right here, this is the URL of this website. It is called phonics.netlify.app, and you can check that out before even watching this tutorial. So if you like the design, then you can watch the tutorial and see how you can make the exact same thing for yourself. Alright, so let me walk you through what we have on this website. First of all, I'm going to hit the refresh button, and as you can see right here, we have these animations that comes right in. And by default, when you visit this website for the very first time, it is going to be on the light version. So let me refresh again. So as you can see, this beautiful animation comes right in. We have the home, the product, the wire section, the contact section on this page. And when I scroll to the bottom, as you can see, this particular section animates in as well. This is the brand section right here. Then we have the product sections with this beautiful slider animation right here. And as you can see, this also beautifully works both left and right. Then after that, we have this section, which is the Y section. So with this section, we're going to be making this beautiful accordion design that you see right here, and everything is going to be responsive and working just fine. And after that, we have this section as well, which is the video section. And if I should play this, as you can see, this is playing. And just so you know, I had to mute my system because this video also have sound. So don't be scared. If you want sound, you can also get sound, and if you want to mute the sound, you can mute it as well. Alright, so when the video stops playing, this icon goes back to the play button. That is awesome. Then we also have this contact section, which is also nicely done. As you can see, everything here is also responsive and beautiful. Then we have this section right here, which is the subscribe section, and also we have the footer area right here. So as you can see, everything is beautifully done. And if I go to the top right here, that button also works just fine. So let me show you the dark version as well. Let me refresh one more time so we get those animations again. And if I keep scrolling, as you can see, this is the brand section. It animates in, and this has also animated in. As you can see, everything is still working. So this is also working just fine with these beautiful colors like so. And also right here, this video is also playing just fine. And then this section also works fine as well with these beautiful colors right here, and also these two sections. So as you can see right here, everything works fine. If I should click on this button, it takes us back to the very top. So let's see the responsiveness of this website. So if I should inspect, as you can see right here, let me just keep dragging this, and as you can see, everything is responding to the screen size nicely well. So everything is fit for all screen size, including desktop, laptop, and mobile version. So let me just refresh this one more time so you see the animation also works on the mobile version. And if I should scroll down, as you can see, we have this nice effect right there, and then we have all this as well coming up like so. And as you can see, even this accordion section works perfectly well on the mobile version, and everything works extremely cool, as you can see right here. So everything is beautifully made. And as you can see, if I go to the top and then I click on this section, what you observe right here is that there is this hover effect on the other content. So this is intentional because I want it to be that when someone click on the navigation menu, you know, basically they are going to focus on this navigation menu and click on whatever they want to click on, instead of being distracted by you know, this particular section right here. So that is why we did this. So if I should click on this section right now, the product section, it takes us to the product section. If I click on the Y section, it takes us to the Y section, and as you can see, the navigation goes out of the way as soon as we click on any of this link. So this is very responsive right here. And this section as well, if I click on that and I go to the home section, as you can see, everything on the lighting as well works just fine like so, and everything is still very beautiful. So if you want to see how I made this, make sure you stick to the end of this tutorial And by the way, please leave a like if you like this video, and then don't forget to subscribe to this channel, because I'm going to be uploading content like this every now and then. So, and if you subscribe, make sure you turn on that bell notification icon so you get notified as soon as I drop new content. Alright, so I'm going to see you in the code, and then let's dive right in. But before we do, one spoiler alert. I'm very sorry, you might be hearing a lot of background noise on this particular tutorial, and that is because there is a school next to me, and I'm also living on the roadside. So my house is situated on the roadside, so in case you're hearing a lot of noise, please bear with me. But I'm sure that my voice is clear enough, so if you can leave that distraction, you'll be able to get everything on this website. And also, all the links in this website will be in the description below. So if you want to get that, make sure you go to the description of this website, and you're going to see all the links that I used for this website. Alright, so with that being said, let's jump right into today's tutorial. I'm going to leave a link in the description below where you can download the starter file for this project. So in the starter file, when it's downloaded, you're going to unzip it, and you're going to find this folder. So when you click on this folder, you're going to see the index.html and the assets folder. So inside the assets folder, you're going to find 4 different folders, which is the CSS folder, the images folder, the JS folder, and the video folder. So in the CSS, you guessed it, it's going to be the styles.css file. In the images, we're going to get all the images we'll be using for this project. And inside the JS folder, we're going to see the main.js. And in the video folder, we're going to find this beautiful cat video right here. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is to open up this folder inside my own IDE of choice, which is Visual Studio Code. So right here, I'm going to bring in my Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to drag in this folder just like this. And I don't need this get started, so I'm going to expand this. And the next thing I'm going to do is let me just show you. As you can see, this is the HTML folder, and almost everything is here. So we did nothing, just we added sections for each and every one of these sections that we're going to be making use of. So right here, as you can see, we have the home section. It is inside the main section, so everything inside the main section is what I'm talking about. So the home section, the brand section, the product section, the Y section, the video section, the contracts or contact section rather, and then the subscribe section. All these are inside of this main section, and the header is just before the main section. And as you can see right here, we also have the footer after the main section, and also the scroll right here. So right now, if I should go to style.css, as you can see, we also have almost everything in our style.css. So we have the variable CSS, which are, this header height. We're going to be making use of this height. Yeah, so for this as well, as you can see, all the colors we're going to be making use of are already listed here. As you can see, these are all the colors, and right here as well, these are the fonts. So the fonts we're going to be making use of for this are also here. I'm just going to move this font to the top. I'm just going to move this color right here to this part right here, so that we have a consistent naming convention. So as you can see, what we have here is colors, and everything right here are also colors that we're going to be making use of. So we're going to be using them with the var keyword in CSS, and we're going to be targeting all of them like this, one after the other. So if you've been following my tutorial all along, you would know what I'm talking about. You can watch my previous video. I'll leave some of the links in the description below so you can understand what I'm talking about. So right here, we also have the fonts, and all these, mind you, all these are in the root folder. So if I should collapse this root folder, as you can see, almost everything is gone. So all these are in the root folder, and right now, if I should click on these curly brackets, and then you can see where it ends right here. So everything right here, including this font, and the font weight and everything is the index, everything is inside that roots folder right there in CSS. And right here, we also made another one, but this time around is inside a media query. So with a minimum width of 1020 pixels, we have another root right here, and basically we are just changing some of the fonts sizes. That's what we are doing here. So these are the bigger font size, so that when someone is using the bigger screen, maybe like desktop or the tablet, these things keep increasing in size. So some of the fonts keep increasing in size to fit the browser and the screen size. All right, so moving forward, the base styling. So all these are the the normal base styling that you do for every project that you create using HTML, CSS. And right here we also have the HTML to scroll behavior to be smooth. The body is also have the font family, the background color and everything. We're going to be setting the font family in a bit. So as you can see right here, let me see the font family. Okay, so as you can see right here, we have body fonts and we also have title fonts, but they are both empty at the moment, and that is because we haven't imported our font that we'll be using for this project already. So if we import it, and that is when this will be working. So as you can see, we have body fonts right here. So this is how we use a variable. You use the var and then a parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis you put the exact word you use for the variable. So we declare a variable with this dash first and before the name, so we can give it whatever name you want. So this is how you use them right here. So as you can see, we have a bunch of them. This is font family. We already have body font, and then for the font size, if I should take you up here, as you can see, we have normal font size right here, and it is set to 0.938 rem. So that is almost 1 rem, and as you can see right here, we are using the normal font size as well here. So we're also using the background color, which is the body color, and right now the body color is set to white. So as you can see, this is the body color right there. All right, so now we have all the headings in this website, in this project. We're going to be making use of basically just the H1, the H2 and the H3, and as you can see, we have everything right here. So the color and then the font weight is what we are setting right here. So for the UL, we also have the list items set to none, so that we don't get those funny those funny bullet points before our item. All right, so here we're also taking out the underline, that underline that you see under any anchor link, any A tags. So we're taking it off right here as well. And our images and video, we're just giving the maximum width of 100% and then the height of auto. And the inputs and button, we are getting the font family to be the body font, and then the border none, and the outline also none. All right, so right here, as you can see, this is the reusable CSS class. So the reusable CSS classes, we have the container, and the container is set to maximum width of 1024 pixels, so that it doesn't grow more than this on any screen size. And for the margin left and right, we have the 1.5 rem on those as well, so that it pushes in because we're going to be starting with the mobile phones, so we don't want all our content touching the edges of the phone. So we want them to be in the dead center with some space on the left and the right. So that is why we are having the margin 1.5 rem left and right. Okay, so we set the grid to display grid, because we're going to be using this grid from the HTML. So we also have our sections. So as you can see right here, if I take you back to the index.html, so as you can see, we are already using the section. So right here you can see section, and here as well you can see a class of section. We have class of section in almost all the sections of this website. So we are already setting the value here to be default padding of 4.5 rem, 0 and then 2 rem. So this is 4.5 to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 2 rem to the bottom. So now we have the section title. We're going to be making use of this a lot as well. So we are setting the default value, so we don't have to write them for every section that we use this section title for. So we also have the section title with the span. So this is going to give us that that orange color that we get from the website. If I can just show you right now, this orange color right here, this orange color right here. So even on the light version as well, this orange color that we get. So these are going to be wrapped in a span. So all these are going to be wrapped in a span. So that is why we are having the span as well. So we are already setting the value for the span right here. So the only thing we are doing is just to give it a color of second color. And if I should show you what second color is right here, as you can see, it is this orange color right there. All right, so the next one is the main, which is what we have in our index right here. So the main is wrapping everything. After the inside of the body, we have the header, and after the header, we have this main. So this main is what is wrapping almost everything on the website, aside from the header, the footer, and then this scroll up button that's going to be displayed right here, as you can see on this bottom right corner. So that is that. All right, so this is everything for the CSS. Now we're going to start writing our codes. So right here in our index.html, we're going to link our fav icon. So we already have an image for that. I'm just going to navigate through where the image is. So fav icon right here. And now if I should save this and then let me go live. So if you have live server installed among your extensions, you should have live server. So this one right here, so by reach week day. So yeah, if you have that installed, all you need to do is click on go live, and it's going to open up your project right here like so. Now if I should, as you can see right here, because we have this fav icon set to the image we want it to be, and now up here, as you can see, we also have that icon right here. So that is what the fav icon is used for. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to drag in our remix icon. So for that, we're going to come here. As you can see, this is remixicon.com. I'm going to leave a link in the description below to everything that I'm using right here, so you're going to get this as well. So right here, all you need to do is click on get started, and it's going to open up in another browser, or in another tab rather. So you need to scroll down to the bottom, somewhere around here, until you see this CDN. So in this CDN, all you need to do is copy this code right there. So the moment you copy that, come back to your project, and you can just make room and paste that right here. So this is all for the remix code. So now you can close this up and leave this tab, because you're going to be searching for icons every now and then. All right, so once we get that, let's see. Okay, so now let's link our style.css. So we're going to navigate through here, CSS, and then styles.css. So after that, we're going to link our JavaScript as well. So let's do that as well. So come here, JavaScript, and then main.js. Okay, so like I said, you're going to find this data file in the description below. So just click on it to take you to my GitHub repo, and you can either clone it or you can just download it. Right, so now let me save this, and then let's go back to our style.css. And right here, we want to grab the font that we're going to be making use of. So for the font, let me make some room here. Let's go back here, and for our browser, we're going to type in Montserrat. So we're using Montserrat font, and I'm going to select the font weight that I need. So let's do 300, let's do 400, let's do 500, and then 600. I think that is all. So next, we're going to come back to the top and click on fonts again, and the next font I want to use is the Russo one. Is it double O? Okay, double S rather. So Russo one. This is the one right here. So it only has one font weight. So you're gonna click on this, and that is all. So as you can see, we have our Russo one font right here, and we also have our Montserrat font right here. So in order to import it to your CSS, what you need to do is click on the @import right here, and then whatever is in between the style tag, that's what you need to copy. So you don't need to copy the style tag, just copy where it says @import, copy from that to this part, and then come back to your code and paste that right here. So that is all. Now in order to be able to use that, let's go back here, and at the bottom, as you can see, we have this right here. So I'm going to copy the Montserrat first, come back to my code, and I want to use the Montserrat for the body. So the body is going to be Montserrat. And then for the title, I'm going to be using the Russo one for the title. So I'm copying that as well, and I'm going to come right here and paste that right there. All right. So now if I save this, we already have this font right here. We have the body font right here. So whatever we are using now is going to be taking the Montserrat font, because the Montserrat font is assigned to the body font variable right there. All right. So that is that for the setup, and let's go back to our index.html and start making things work. Okay, so right now we're going to start with our header. Inside of this header, I'm going to break this down, and I'm going to do the nav. So inside of the nav tag, we're going to have a class of nav as well, and another class of container. So if you remember, we have a container class in our style.css, and let me just show you real quick again. As you can see, this container, so now we are already using the container tag, container class rather, inside our HTML. So inside of this nav tag, we're going to have three things. So the first one is going to be our logo, the second one is going to be our navigation menu, and the third one is going to be our toggle button. So like I said earlier, we are starting with the mobile first. So right here, what I can do is click on inspect, and I can just drag this to about, let's do something around here. Okay, so I think this looks fine for mobile view, and what I'm going to do is to open up the code, shrink this down, and then I'm just going to put these both side by side, just like this. All right, so now we have these side by side. Okay, so we can see whatever we are adding to this part. So like I said, we're going to have the logo, then we're going to have the nav menu, and then we're going to have the toggle button. So the first thing, the logo, we're going to put that in an A tag, and in the A tag, we're going to give it a class of nav logo. So I'm going to be using this BEM methodology to name our our classes and IDs. So right here inside the logo, we're going to have two things. The first one is going to be an icon, then the next is going to be a text. So for the icon, let's go back to our browser and then come back to the remix icon right here. So what I can do is search for table. So for table, I think I use this one right here. So I'm just going to click on this and then click on copy. So all you need to do is click on copy, and now come back here. I'm going to paste it right there. I'll give a space. So hit the tab on the keyboard and then write in phonics. All right, so phonics right there. Okay, so this is for our logo. If I should come back to our site and save this right here, as you can see, we have phonics right here, and as you can see, this the logo is not starting from the very end of this phone, because we have that margin in our container. As you can see, we have the margin left and margin right of 1.5 rem, so it is giving the space of 1.5 rem right here. So everything is just going to be coming underneath like so. All right, so moving forward, like I said, the next thing we're going to have is our nav menu. So I'm going to create a div with the class of nav menu, and this div is also going to have an ID of nav. Let's do nav menu like so, and inside our nav menu we're going to have a UL. So the UL is going to have a class of nav list. So nav list, just like that. And in the UL, we're going to have some bunch of LIs with A tags inside of them. So what we can do is write LI with a class of nav item, and then this is going to have an A tag with a class of nav link. So this is how it is going to look like. As you can see, we have the LI class of nav item, and then inside the LI we have the A tag with a class of nav link, and then the closing A tag and the closing LI. So inside of this A tag, we're gonna have the home. So that is the one we want right there. So if I save now, as you can see, we have home right here. Right, so let me see if I can just break this down so we don't get confused. Alright, so we have the li and the closing tag, and then inside of the li we have these a tags. Okay, so now I'm going to copy and duplicate this, select and duplicate this a couple more times. So in order to be able to do that, I'm going to, hold the Alt and Shift on Windows, and then I'm going to be clicking on the down arrow as much as I want. The first one, which is going to be the product, the second one, the Y section, the third, and then I think the fourth. So we have let's see, we have the product, and then we have the Y us, and then we have the contacts. Okay, so I think that is all we need. I'm just going to get rid of this last one. Alright, so that is much more better. So for this, you don't really necessarily have to make everything capitalized like so. You can leave it like this. We're going to change that with CSS later, so we can just leave it however we want, like this. Okay, so just before the nav menu closing div, we're going to have an icon, and yeah, I'm just going to put in an I with a class of nav so before the closing div, we're going to have an icon. So I'm going to head back here to our icon, and I'm just going to search for close. So I'm going to scroll down until I find this one right here. So if I click on this, as you can see, this is the code. All I need to do is click on copy and come back here, paste that right in. So what I can do now is to add another class here. So the class is going to be nav close. So this is going to be for the styling, and then we'll have an ID as well of nav close. This is going to be for the JavaScript part. So this nav close, we're going to use this target that X right there. Okay, so after this div, just immediately after the div, come down and we're going to add another div. So let's add a div with a class of nav toggle. So, and then an ID of nav toggle as well, nav toggle, like so. So inside of this, we're going to have our icon. So let's come back right here. I'm just going to type in function. So this is the one that I'm using. So I'm going to click on this and then click on copy that and paste that in here as well. So mind you, you can also do this, like you can put this icon in a div, or you can just leave it like that. So I'm trying to show you that both of them are working just fine. So you could either put this in a div, or you could just leave it as an icon and add all the classes and IDs inside of it just like that. So both works just fine as well. Alright, so now we are done with the nav menu for the index.html section. So I'm just going to click on Ctrl S. As you can see right here, this white circle means that our file is not saved yet. So I'm going to click on Ctrl and S, or Command S on Mac. Let's come back to our website here, and as you can see, everything is right here. So we have the Phonics logo, we have the home, the product, the YOS, the contacts, and then we have the close and the toggle button right there. So let's come to the style.css, and then let's navigate to where we have our header section right here. So the first thing we want to do is to target the header, and I'm just going to put some basic styling right here. The position is going to be fixed. We'll have a top of 0, a left of 0, and then we're going to have our z index set to z fixed. So we are also using our z index variable right here as well. So once we get that, the next thing we're going to target is the nav. So now if I save, everything is still going to look the same. You might not really see any changes. So but then if I should let me just do something real quick. So instead of transparent, let me add red. So if I save this now, as you can see, this is our nav menu and everything is working fine. Okay, so let me go back, and now I'm going to target the nav. So for the nav, we're going to have an height. So the height is going to be our header height, which is a variable we set at the very beginning, and then the display is going to be flex, and we're going to set the justify content to space between, and then align items is going to be to the center. So now if I save, we're going to get something that looks just like so. Next, what I can do is let's target the logo. So for the logo, I'm going to do nav logo, and by the way, let's also grab the nav toggle. So for these, we want to set the color to white, just like that. And but for now, I think we should leave them the way they are until we have our hero section. So let's comment out the color, and for the nav logo itself, what we want to do is to give it a font family of title font, a font size of normal font size. The line height is going to be 1. Sorry, line height, that's going to be 1, and then the font weight is going to be normal. Then the display is going to be flex, and align items is going to be center. So that is what we get. So the next thing we're going to target is the icon inside of that logo. So we're going to do nav logo and then the eye. So inside of that, we want to have the margin right set to 0.3 rem, just like that. Margin right, like so. So it's going to push the text a little further away from the icon. Right. So the next thing, let's also target the nav toggle. So for the nav toggle, we want to set the font size to 1.2 rem, and then the cursor, we want that to be pointer. So now if I hover over this, as you can see, the cursor becomes pointer, and then this icon is a bit bigger at the moment. Okay, so next, let's target the nav menu, and then set the position. The position, we want to set that to relative, and I forgot my dot right here because this is a class. Okay, so after that, let's have our media query. So at media screen end, we want to target the maximum width. So for the max width, we're going to do 767 pixel, and then outside of that, or inside of that rather, we want to target the nav menu. So for this nav menu, the position is going to be fixed, and then the background color is going to be HSL and HSL value, HSLA rather, because we want it to, you know, have an opacity. So 0% right here, 8% right here, and then 0.127, just like that. This is supposed to be percentage, not ampersand. All right. So next, we want to have the backdrop filter set to blur. So you might not really see this because we don't have much content right now, but let's just do this. And I'm going to duplicate this, and let's set this for other browsers as well. So I'm going to do WebKit. So WebKit backdrop filter, and then the same exact value. So we want to set the top to 0, and then the right, we're going to make that 100% for now. And sorry, the right, let's just make that 0 for now rather. So the right is also going to be 0, and then for the width, we want that to be 100%, and for the height, we want that to be 100% as well. So transition is going to be 0.4 seconds, and then the Z index is going to be 3. The Z index is going to be 3. just like so. So now if I save, okay, as you can see, we are even seeing a little thing right there. As you can see, the logo is being blurred out, and then the toggle menu as well is blurred out like so. So the next thing we want to do, still inside the media query, we're going to target the nav, let's put a dot, nav list. So inside of this nav list, we want to set the position to absolute. If I can type absolute, and then the padding is going to be 6 rem to the top, 0 to the left, 0 to the right, and bottom rather, and 3 rem to the left. So this is 6 rem to the top, 0 to the right, 0 to the bottom, and 3 rem to the left. So if I save it, we're going to get something like this. Alright, so next, let's set the top to 0, and then let's set the right to 0 as well. And after that, we can do the width. So let's give this a width of 70%, and then a height of let's do 100% for the height. And the background is going to be let's give this background the body color of body color, and then the box shadow. So for the box shadow, I'm just going to copy the value I have right here instead of typing. So I'm going to copy this and paste it right here. So this is for the box shadow. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so now if I save this, and this is what we get by default. Alright, so this is looking good already. Now what we can do, let's come back to outside of this media query. As you can see, the media query has this yellow curly bracket right there. So outside of that, we're going to have the nav list. So the nav list, we want to set the display to flex, and then the flex direction is going to be column, and then the row gap, we want to set that to 3 rem. So something like that. Next, let's target the nav link. So for the nav link, we could do the color. So let's give this a color of text color, and for the font weight, we want the font semi-bold, just like that, and then the text transform is going to be the uppercase. Okay, so the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds, like so, and this is what we get. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is target the nav link, but this time the hover state for the nav link. So for this, what we want is just to change the color to title color, and that is why we have the transition of 0.3 seconds right here. So if I hover over this, you might not really see the changes, but it is right there. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is target the nav close. So for the nav close, let's add a dot, nav close. So for that, we want to set the position to absolute, and then the top is going to be 0.75 rem, and then the right is going to be 1.5 rem, and right now the font size is going to be 1.5 rem as well, and then the color, we'll set that to be the title color, and the cursor is going to be pointer. So as you can see, this is where our icon is right now. Okay, so once we have that, I think that is all we need for now. So the next thing we need to do is to make sure that this thing works. So when we click on this X right here, we want to exit this whole navigation menu, and together with this the blurred background that we have underneath as well. Okay, so the essence of this blurred background is so that it's going to blur everything when this navigation is in view, because we don't want to distract the person, so that whenever they are here, they just click on the link they want to click on, and then they move to the next page they are going for, or the next section they are going for. All right, so in order to do that, in order to make this click, I've created a tutorial already on my YouTube channel for navigation menu. So you might want to check that out because it's going to help you a lot. So that video is only dedicated to the nav menu, so nothing else, just the header nav menu. All right, so I'm going to head back to the browser right here, and I'm going to come down here. So as you can see, this is my GitHub repo. I'm also going to be leaving this link in the description below. So right now, as you can see, responsive header navigation bar, and this is how the image looks like in case you're looking for it on my channel. So now the next thing we're going to do is click on assets, and as soon as this opens up, we click on the JS folder, and inside the JS folder we click on the main.js. Okay, so what we basically want right now is this show menu. So we're going to copy everything from let's do from here down to here, just before it says remove menu on click for mobile. We're going to copy everything like so, and then come back to our code, and inside our code let's open up our main.js. so in case you're trying to locate it, it's going to be in the JS and then main.js right there. So right here, as you can see, we have the show menu as well. So what I can do is to paste what I just copied right here. So now we're going to change some couple things, and first let's go back to our site right here, and now if I save this, nothing is going to work. As you can see, it is not working, and that is because we need to change some few things. So the first thing we need to change is this right here. So the nav menu, we gave this a class of nav menu, whereas right here for the nav menu variable right here we have main nav. So I'm going to change this to nav menu. As you can see, I pasted that in, and yeah, for the nav open, for the nav open, ours is called nav toggle. So I'm going to copy this nav toggle, come back to main.js, and I'm going to paste the nav toggle right here. And then also for the nav close, ours is called nav close as well. So we don't need to change this nav close anyway. All right, so right here we could just do either we leave it at nav open or we do nav toggle, just for a better naming convention. And right here as well, since we have nav open here, we're going to do nav toggle. And yeah, I think that is all. So if I save this, it is still not going to work, and that is because what we did right here is, you know, to target all these and then add a class of show menu to them. So but right now the show menu is doing nothing. So what we can do, if I should go back to our style.css, and then let's scroll to the top around this media screen right here. So the first thing we want to do is to set our right. So this right, we want to give it, don't forget this is the nav menu inside of the media query, inside of this media query right here. So what we want to do is to set this to negative, let's do negative 100%, like so. So that is what we want for this, and I think yeah, that should do. So if I save this right now, that's going to take everything out of the way. And now, as you can see, this is still not working. So but don't panic, don't worry, we're going to fix that in a bit. Okay, so now yeah, so what we can do now is to come back to our main.js. Now let's copy this class that we added that we are not using yet. So I'm going to copy that, come back to our style.css, and right here where it says show menu, I'm just going to create space and then put a full stop, and then paste that I just copied, the class that we created that I copied. I'm going to paste that in, and the only thing we want to do here is set the right to 0. And when I hit save, right now as you can see, this is in view. So if I click on this now, it's going to go out. If I click on this, it's going to come in, and as you can see, this is working just fine at the moment. So now the next thing we need to do is to figure out a way that when we click on this, any of these buttons here, it is also going to close this navigation. So right now it is not closing the navigation menu, it is only refreshing the page. As you can see right here, it is still loading. So when we open this and then we click on anything, it is refreshing the page, and that is not what we want. So what I'm going to do, for instance, let's just come back here, and inside our index.html, let's add this anchor links right here. So I'm going to add the anchor on every on every nav link that we have. So if I add all this right here and then I save, let's see what happens here. So if I click, as you can see, they are still there. They are not loading anymore, so they are just there. So how do we get this out of the way? That what we want basically is whenever anyone clicks on any of these links, so it is going to take them to the exact section that they click for. Like for instance, if I click on the product section, I want it to take me to the product section, but I don't just want it to stop there. I also want this whole navigation to disappear like this. So I want them to slide out like this as well. So how are we going to achieve that? All right, once again, let's come back to the GitHub repo. As you can see, we are still here in the responsive navigation header bar. So this was what we used earlier. So now we're going to copy this right here. So from this part where it says remove menu on click for mobile, we're going to copy this like this, and then now we're going to come back to our code, go to our main.js, and then where it says remove menu mobile, I'm just going to paste that right here. So remove menu on mobile. So I'm going to paste this right here, and by default this is going to work because we are targeting the nav link, and the nav link, what we wanted to grab is the nav link as well. So, and if I should take it to our index.html, as you can see, we have nav link right here, but the only issue why it's not going to work is because our naming convention there is different. So right there we are using underscore, so double underscore instead of a dash. So right now, if I should save this, oh, and one more thing, our main nav right here is supposed to be nav menu. So I'm not just making this up. If you come right here, as you can see, we have nav menu wrapping all the UL right here. So once we do that, and then we click on Control S or Command S, and now if I should go back here and I click on this, if I click on any of this link, as you see, it closes the navigation for me automatically, and the page is not refreshing at all. So that is what we are gunning for, and that is absolutely awesome. So now we are partially done with the navigation menu. Let's move to the next section. All right, so back in our index.html, inside of this nav menu, as you can see, this is the nav menu, and then inside of the UL, just before the closing tag of this UL, we're going to have another div. So this time this is going to be a div with the class of navDark. So this navDark div, let me just put the comment right here. I want to say theme change button. All right, so this is the button that we're going to use to change the theme. So right here, what we can do is to have another div, and then this div is going to have a class of theme toggle wrap. So theme toggle, not so good. So theme toggle wrap, and right here inside of that div, we're going to have another div with a class of theme. Let's do theme container, like so. Next, inside of that container, we're going to have another div with a class of theme that switch, and then wrapper. So inside of the switch wrapper, we're going to have a span. So this span, we're just going to type in switch theme. All right. So after the span, just immediately after the span, we're going to have a label. So this label, let me type in label, and then we're going to have a class of theme switch for this label. So theme switch, like so. So inside of 44, we want the checkbox. So just write in checkbox inside the 4 for this label, and inside of this label, so when we open this label up like this, we want to have an input. So this input is going to have an ID of checkbox. So it's going to have an ID of checkbox, and the type is going to be checkbox as well. Okay, so next, after the input, we're going to have a div with a class of slider and then another class of round. So these two classes, slider and round. All right, I hope you get this part really well. Now I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to come back to our style.css. So right here in our style.css, what we're going to do is scroll back to the top. So keep scrolling to the top, just keep scrolling until you get to this part that says theme and button dark light. So after the button dark light, what we want to do is target the theme __ toggle. And mind the way, let me just show you real quick. As you can see, we have the switch toggle whatever right here, and as you can see, this checkbox actually works just fine. Okay, so let me leave that open for now. Now I'm going to come here, so the theme toggle wrap, I'm going to open that up. I want to do a display of flex, and then the align items is going to be to the center, and column gap, let's make that 2 rem. And after that, we want to set the position to absolute, if I can type. So the position is going to be absolute, and then the left, let's do 3 rem for the left, and for the bottom, let's do 4 rem, like so. So now if I save, this is going to push this all the way to the bottom, as you can see right there. All right, so the next thing we want to do is to target the theme container. So I'm going to do theme container, and for this container, let's do the transition of all 0.4 seconds, and then let's do ease in and out, just like so. Now for the theme switch wrapper. Okay, so for the theme switch wrapper, which is this one right here, the theme switch wrapper that is wrapping all this. Yeah, so for that, what we can do is set a display of flex as well, and an align items of center. Okay, so after we get that, let's target the theme switch wrapper again, but this time let's target the span. So the only span that we have, which is the text. So for the span, what we want to do is have a margin right of 10 pixels, and then the font size is going to be small font size, and the font weight is going to be font medium. So the font weight, that's the font medium, and then for the color, we want that to be the text color. So if I save, this is what we're going to get. And afterwards, let's target, let's see. Okay, let's turn the text transform to be capitalized. Text transform capitalized. Okay. Yeah. So the next thing we're gonna do is to target the theme switch. So for the theme switch, we're gonna set the width to 40 pixels, the height to let's do 22 pixels, and then for the 22 pixel, and for the position, we're going to set that to relative. Yeah, and then the overflow is going to be hidden, just like that. And we might not see anything now, so let's go back and do the theme switch, and then target the input. So for the input, we want to set the display to none. So now we won't see that checkbox anymore. So after that, the next thing we're going to do is to target the slider rather, which is this slider right here. So this empty div that we have right here. So we're going to set the dot slider, and for that, let's give this a background color of let's do first color, and then the position is going to be absolute, and then the bottom is going to be 0. The left is going to be 0, the right is 0, and then the top as well, let's make that 0, and then the cursor is going to be pointer, while the border radius is cursor pointer border radius is going to be 30 pixels, just like that. And this is what we are going to get by default. Okay, so once we get that, we're going to set a before pseudo element on that slider. So we're going to do slider and then a before, just like this. So for this before, we're going to set the content to content is going to be empty, and the position is going to be absolute. And after the position, we want to set the background to first color, lighten, and then the bottom is going to be 3 pixel, and left is going to be 4 pixel. Then let's set a height. Let's give the height 16 pixel, and then the width, let's set that to 16 pixel as well. So the border radius, we want to set that to 50%, and the transition, let's give that, let's do all, and then let's use this cubic Bezier, and then right here, so the value is going to be 0.4, 0, 0, and then 0.2, another comma, 1, and outside of that we're going to have the delay, which is 0.3 seconds. All right, so this is what we are going to get right now. Okay, so this is looking good already. So next, let's target the input and then the check. So for the checked, now we're going to add the slider. So we're adding the slider to that, and what we basically want is to change the background. So let's give the background a first color lighting, so like so. And now if I click on this, as you can see, the background is changing as I click on and off. All right, so the next thing we want to do is let's target the input again. So input, and then checked again, plus this time around we're going to target the slider, and then before. So the slider before, what we want to do is set the transform to translate of x 16 pixel, and then we want the background color to be the first color. So now if I should save and then I go back here and click, as you can see, we have that smooth movement and smooth transition right there. All right, so that is that for that section. So now we are let me say, I can basically say we are done with this part right now. So now let's move to the next part, which is the let's do the hero section actually. So since we're done with this header section, I'm just going to collapse all this or close them like so, and then let's open the main section. So right here inside of the home, what we can do is let's open this up, and right here the first thing we want to do is to create a div with a class of home. Let's do home container. So inside of that div we're going to have another div with a class of home content, and another div with a class of container. So inside of that, let's have an h1. So this h1 is going to have a class of home title. So inside of that h1, I'm just going to copy and paste my text. So right here, I'm going to paste that in. So as you can see, we have all this, and then just before the dot, the full stop right here, we are having this span wrapping it. And if I should save this right now, this is what we are going to get. So by default, we want that full stop to be what we have right here. So this little color right here, that is why we are having a span right there. Okay, so let's go back, and next I'm going to have the p tag. So the p is also going to have a class of home description. So for the description, I'm also going to copy and paste what I have right here. So paste that right in, and as you can see, that is that. If I save, this is what we have again. Okay, so after those, after the p tag, I'm going to come down and let's have a div with a class of home btn, and inside the btn we want to have a div with a class of discover btn, And inside of that discover btn, let's have an a tag with a class of button. So this a tag is going to have a class of button, and we want this to go to the product. So we want this to go to the product section when we have the product section. And that button, we're just going to write in discover now, and that is that. So next, after let me save that, and the next thing we're going to do is to after this, the div, so after the home btn, we're going to come down, and then we're going to set another div with a class of home data. So inside of that data, I want to have another class of home data group, and inside of that group we're going to have a h2 with a class of home data number. So for this number we're going to have 9k, and then let's have a span. So inside of that span we're going to have the plus sign, just like that, and that is that. And then right here we're going to have another span with a class of home data description. So inside of the description, let me just bring that down. We're going to have premium. Let's do premium, and then we're going to break this, and then we're going to have the product. Okay, so if I save, this is what we are going to get right there. All right, so the next thing to do is after this div, after this home data div, after this home data group, so we're going to, but still inside this home data we're going to have another one. So but basically, instead of doing that, I think the best thing to do is just to copy this home data group. So hold down Alt and Shift, and then click the down arrow just 2 more times, so 1 and 2. So now I'm just going to space them like so and like so. So now we have inside of this home data, we have 3 of this group. So home data group 1, home data group 2, and then home data group 3. So on the second one, we're just going to change the value. So instead of 9, it's going to be 36. And then instead of premium products, we're going to have happy, and then customers. And then right here, we're going to have 13. Let's do 13 plus. And then right here are words winning, something like that. So if I save, we're going to see all this appear just like that. And after all this, just before this section closing tag, we are going to have our image. So this is going to be image, and then it's going to have a class of, let's do a class of home img. So right here, let's navigate to where we have this. So I'm going to go to the assets, and then the images, and then we're going to search for the home image. So the home image, that is the one we are gunning for. And then right here, we can just do home image. So if I save now, we're going to get this image right there. All right, so that is that for the home section in the index.html. So now let's move to the style.css. And right here, so what I'm going to do is, the first thing is to target the home. So let's target the home, and then let's make the gap to be 0. So because we have a grid right there by default, so we want the gap to be 0. And now we can target the home container. So remember, we have a class of home container underscore underscore. So for this, we want to set the background to be linear gradients. So I'm just going to copy the value I have right here. So I'm going to give you some seconds to pause this video and then copy the same value as well. So after you type in background, you're going to have this linear gradients. So I think this is 2. So as you can see, linear gradient, that's a 150 degree, and then these values are just like this. All right, so after that we're going to have this padding. So the padding is going to be 7 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 2.5 rem to the bottom. So if I save now, we're going to get this. All right, so now we can see our logo and our toggle menu. So remember, we gave those two a color, but then we later hide or comment out that color. So now we're just going to scroll back up like I did, and then comment off that thing we did earlier. So now we have the logo, and then we have the toggle menu, which still works just fine. And as you can see, the blurred effect on the background is also working just perfectly well on this part. All right, so moving forward to the home section. So now let's target the home content. So for the content, what we can do is to target the position, and want to set that to relative. So the home content is what is housing those three stuff. As you can see, let me show you real quick. So this is the home content, and the home content is housing everything right here. All right, so we set the position to relative, and now we're going to target the home title. And by the way, let's also grab the home data number. So the data number are these numbers that we see right here. All these numbers are the data numbers. All right, so for that, what we want to do is set the color to white. So if I save, as you can see, everything is coming to life bit by bit. So next, let's target only the home title. So for that, I want to set the font size to be the biggest font size. I want the font family to be the title font, not title color, title font. And then we want the text transform to be capitalized, and the margin bottom is going to be 1.5 rem. And then the line height, we want to set that to 1.4, just like that. So now if I save, we're going to get exactly that right there. Okay, so next let's target the span. So remember, we gave a span to this text, which is for this full stop right there. So the home title and then the span. So basically what we want for the span is just to change the color to second color, and that is it right there. So as you can see, this color is orange as it is right now. Okay, so once we get that out of the way, now let's target the home description. So for the description, let's set the color to text color light. Let's do light, and then let's have the margin bottom to 2 rem, and the line height we can set that to 1.7. So we get that. Next, let's also target the home button. So the home __ btn. So for the btn, what we can do is set the display to flex. Let's set the margin bottom to 2.5 rem. The justify content, we want to set that to flex start. Flex start, like so. And if I save, we're going to see that. Next, the discover btn. So the discover btn. So for this, we want to set the margin right to 1 rem. Now let's have the button. So for the button, we're going to do display of inline block, and then we'll set the background to let's do not background color but background. So please take note, this is background because what we have there is linear. So we're going to set that to button container color, just like that. And then we're going to set the color itself to white, and then after that we want the padding to be 14 pixel and 28 pixel, and then the border radius we set that to, let's do 5 rem, and then the font size we're going to set that to normal font size, and yeah, let's do the font width to font medium, and then the transition to 0.3 seconds all is in out, is in out. All right, so this is the issue. Supposed to be transition like so. All right, so as you can see, this is what we get. Okay, so I think I made a mistake, because right here in our index.html we're supposed to have 2 buttons, not 1. So I omitted the second one, so I'm going to duplicate this right here, and what I can do is type in watch btn, and yeah, for this we're going to have this a tag as well, but instead of btn we're going to have watch dash btn, and then after that before we have this text, let's have a div inside of this. So the div is going to carry just going to be an empty div. So this empty div we're going to put in our logo, sorry, our icon rather. So let's come back here, go to remix icon, and we want to have let's have the play button. So let's see real quick which one I used. Okay, so right here we're going to let's drag this one, so play button, or let's do this one right here. Yeah, this one is better. So let's come back here, go back to our code, and then we're going to paste that right in. So after the div, after this div, just before the a tag, we're going to have our watch now. So if I save, we're going to get something like this. All right, so that is better. So now let's come back to our style.css. So for the let's give this button that we did a hover state. So button and then hover. So yeah, we're going to set the background to button container alt. So button container color alt, and then the box shadow. I'm just gonna copy the value I have here for the box shadow. So this one right here, you can pause the video and get that value. Okay, so now if I save and then I hover over this button, the changes is very slight, but you might not really see that, but it's just a little subtle change right there. Okay, and mind you, this button style that we made here, we're going to be using this for most of the buttons on this website. So in case you see me add a class of button in some of the codes as we move on, just know that they're going to carry this styling as well. All right, so let's move on to creating or styling this other button, which is the watch now button. So we're going to do the watch, let's do watch btn. So we're going to set the display to flex, and then the align items is going to be center. The justify content is going to be center as well, and then the gap, let's make that 0.5 rem, and let's see. So okay, let's also set the font size to normal font size. Let's give the font weight a font medium as well. Let's also make the color to be text color light, and after that we can now give the transition of 0.3 seconds. So we're gonna get that. So next, let's come back here and come down here rather and target the watch btn again, but this time we want to target the div. So that div that we created for the icon, we want the width to be 41 pixel. We want the height to be 41 pixel as well, and then the border radius is going to be 50%. So the border itself, we want to have a border of let's do 1 pixel solid, and yeah, let's use the text color light for this as well. So the display is going to be flex, and then the justify content, let's make that center. Align items, we're going to set that to center as well. So if I save, this is what we are going to get right there. Okay, so next let's target the eye. so which is the icon. So the watch btn, then the div, and then the icon. So right here we just want to set the font size to 1.5 rem. So that's going to make it a tad bigger. Okay, so now we're going to set the hover state for the watch btn. So let's do the watch btn hover, and then for this hover state, let's make the color white. So if I save now and then I hover, as you can see, the color changed to white, just like that. All right, so that is looking beautiful. So the next thing is to do is to target these data. So for the data, we're going to target the home data, and then let's make the display of flex. The column gap is going to be 2.5 rem, and yeah, if I save, we're going to get that. Now let's target the home data, but then we're targeting the number. So for the number, we want the font size to be H1 font size, and then the font weight, we're going to make that font weight, if I can type, we're going to make that font medium. So if I save now, we're going to get that. All right, so next let's target the let's do the home data number, and then span. So for the plus, all those plus there, we added a span to them. So we're going to change the color to second color. That is all for the home data number. Now moving to the home data description, and then the description. So we want to set the color to let's do the text color light, and then the font size, we're going to make that smaller font size, just like that. So if I save that, this is what we're going to get. And for now, we are presently done with this home section. So we don't need to touch the image at all, because the image is exactly how we want it to look like. So this is perfect for now. So now we're going to move to the next section, which is the brand section, where we have all our logos. So right here in our index.html, I'm just going to hide this home section that we just concluded, and then let's see how we can make this brand section work. So for the brands, what we're going to do is to, first of all, let's create a div with a class of container, and then another class of brands underscore container, and then let's apply another class of grid. So inside of those, we're going to do another div with a class of brands img. So inside the brand img, let's open that up, and let's make an image with a class of, or let's just make an image without any class. So the first one, let's do the logo one. So I'm going to navigate to where I have my logo, so right here, and then I'm going to do logo 1. And yeah, so the next thing I'm going to do is to copy and duplicate this a couple more times. So 1, 2, 3. I think we have 4 logos in total. So I'm just going to change all this to 2, logo 2, logo 3, and then logo 4. So if I save this and then I come back here, as you can see, we have all our logos right here. So this is looking good. So but right now we have one issue, and as you can see, the moment I scroll down, our logo and then the nav toggle button, they are colliding with other content on this page. So as I scroll down, as you can see, it is colliding with the h1 text, which is this one right here, and including the button. Everything is not looking that good because it is transparent by default. So let's see how we can add a background to it as soon as we scroll to some certain height using JavaScript. So but then like I said, I already have this tutorial. So if you remember, we copied this show menu from here. We also copied this remove menu and click for here. And the next one we're going to be doing now is to copy the background. So I'm just going to copy this right here. You see, change the background on scroll. So I'm going to copy that, come back to our code, and let's come back to our website as well. So in our main.js, let's go to change background header, and I'm just going to paste that right here. Oops, I copied the comments, so we don't need that. All right, so right here, the header is fine. Scroll header is what we are going to do. So now we are adding a class of scroll header right here. So what we are going to do basically is to add that class of scroll header to our style.css. So what I can do is copy this right here, and then I'm going to click on Ctrl S or Command S to save the JavaScript file, and then I'm going to come back to our style.css, scroll back to the top where we have a navigation. So the navigation menu, which is the header section, and just after this show menu, as you can see, we have a class of change background header. So I'm going to open that up, put a full stop, and then paste the CSS class that we created in JavaScript. So scroll header. So basically what I want here is to have a background color of let's do body color, so which is currently white, and then we're going to have a box shadow. So for the box shadow, I'm also going to copy what I have on my other monitor. I'm going to paste that right here without the box shadow, of course. So this is the value, so you can pause this and type in this value if you're coding along with me. So if I save this now, and if I go here and I scroll, as you can see, this is working just fine as soon as I scroll. But then let's go to header, because as you can see, this thing is jumping in and out, and that is not what we want. It is not smooth, it is jumping really bad. So what we can do is come back to our header right here, and basically we just want to add a transition of 0.3 seconds. So if I save this now and then I scroll, as you can see, that smoothly transits in instead of jumping in. So it smoothly transits in and out just like that. But then we are having an issue, which is our logo and then our nav toggle menu. As you can see, they are still there, but they are not visible. So what we can do is to use this scroll header class. So what we need to do is target the scroll header again. Oops. So the scroll header, and then now we're going to put a space and target the nav logo, put a comma, repeat the same thing, scroll header, and then space. This time around we're targeting the nav toggle. So once we get that, we're going to open that up, and then what we want to do here is just change the color to title color. So if I save now, automatically, as you can see, this is what we have. But if I should scroll back to the top, it becomes white. If I scroll down, it gives us this. Scroll back up, it becomes white. But then as you can see, there is this little delay. The text, the logo gets to this text before it's before the background comes up. As you can see, the background comes up a little bit delayed. So how we can fix that? Let's go back here. So we have this scroll white, so we're setting it to 200 view height. But what we can do right here is let's see 100. Let's see how 100 works. So right now, if I save and then I scroll, as you can see, just before it gets to the uniquely elevated, the background comes up. So this is much better in my opinion. Alright, you can even make it 50, you can make it however you want, but I think this looks good to me. Okay, so that is that for that. Now let's go back to our brands section. So for the brand, let's go to the index.html. So for the brand, let's go to the style.css rather. We concluded the index.html. So right here, let's move here. Okay, so now for this styling, what we can do is to, this is going to be very easy and straightforward. So what we can do is target the brands container, and then what we want is to give this a padding top of 2 rem, and then a grid template columns of repeat 2, and then 1 fr, and the gap, we're going to do a gap of 3 rem 2 rem. So 3 rem to the top and bottom, 2 rem to the left and right, and then justify items of center. So if I save this, we're gonna get this like this. So this is a lot much better. Okay, but that is not all. So we want to reduce the opacity on these logos and want to change the sizes as well. So what we can do is target the brands img and then the img inside of that container, or inside of that div rather. So we want the width to be set to 110 pixel, and then we want the opacity to be 0.2, just 0.2. Then the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds. Yeah. So as you can see, this is a little visible. So it is not 100% visible at the moment because we set the transition, the opacity rather, to 0.2. So, but what we can do on the brands img and then img and the hover state. So what we basically want is when someone hover over any of these images, we want the opacity to come back up to 0.7. Not even 0.1, not even 1, but 0.7, something like this. So I just like that few, but you can do 0.9 or you can even do 1. So if you do this, this is what you're gonna get. But I think I'm just gonna leave mine at 0.8, so I get this subtle change right there. So this is looking so professional. All right, so that is that for the brand section. And next, let's move to this product section. So for the product section, let's come back here. I'm going to hide this again so that we can focus on the product section. So now for the product section, what we can do is to first, let's collapse this. So we're going to have a div with a class of container. So inside of that container, I want to have a h2 with a class of section title, and then I'm just going to type in popular and put this in a span. So product full stop, something like that. And yeah, so next let's also give a p tag. So we're going to call this product description. So for the description, let me just copy what I have right here. So I'm going to copy this, come here and paste that right there. So if I save now, this is what we are going to get. So by default, this is already styled because we have some basic styling right there. Okay, so the next thing we could do after the p tag, I'm going to come down a couple times, and then I'm going to have a div with the class of product underscore container, and then click on enter, open that up, and I'm going to have a div right here without any class. So after that, this div right here is just for the sake of Swiper.js that we're going to be using in a bit. So so after that, let's have our article. So inside the article, we're going to have a class of product card, and then inside the product card, we're going to have a div with a class of product card and then img, or let's do image, product card image. Okay, so inside of the product card image, guess this, we're going to have our img. So the img is also going to have a class of product card then img. So that is why we decided to use image here, because we're going to be using img right here. So for the source, we're going to navigate to our first product, so product 1, just like so. So now let's see. So for the product data, let me save this first. So after this div, as you can see, we have the first image right there. So after this div, we're going to have another div with a class of product card data. So for this data, we're going to have a div, just a div, and then inside of that div, let's have an h3 with a class of product card title. So product card title. So for this product card title, let me just type in the name of this chair or whatever content I want to be for this chair. In this case, I want mine to be a minimal office chair. So you have to put the name of that chair right here. So I don't know the names for these chairs. I got all these pictures from Pexels, and I'm going to leave a link in the description below to Pexels website. Okay, so once we get that, outside of that div, we're going to have a h2 with a class of product card and then price. So for this we're going to have a span. So inside of the span, we're going to have this $sign, and yeah, after that, so before the h2 closing tag, we're going to have the price, which is 210.89, and then after that, I think that is that for this article precisely. So if I save this now, we're going to get this. Okay, so this is looking better. All right, so what I'm going to do now is to duplicate this article a couple times. So in my case, I think I'm going to be duplicating it 5 more times. So let me collapse this, and then what I can do is put this, so hold my shift and alt, or alt and shift, and then 1 2 3 4. So I copy that 4 more times with the down arrow key, and yeah, so I'm going to space all this. And as a matter of fact, let me make a comment right here. So this is going to be product 1. I'm going to copy this, come right here, create a space, another space, product 2, and for the product 2, we're going to change the content. So first of all, this is going to be the number 2, so product 2, and then this is going to be wooden backyard. So let's say wooden backyard chair, like so. And then after that, let's leave the price the way it is, so there's no point changing anything. I don't even know the price for all this stuff. All right, so after that, let's have the third one. So this is going to be product 3, and for the product 3, we're also going to change this to 3. And now for this, let me quickly see what I have here for the product 3. So it is called, in my case, it is called the iron spiral office chair. So iron spiral office chair, and then let's leave the price as it is. And for the fourth one as well, I'm going to paste that in, put in 4 right here, and right here as well I'm going to do 4. So for this, I never figured out a name for this, so let's quickly check the image. Come right here, and then product 1, product 2, 3, and 4. So this is I'm just going to call this let's do minimal, let's say net chair. So this is minimal net chair, and then let's see what the 5th image is. Okay, I'm just going to call this, let's do, first let me paste this in. I hope I added 4. Okay, let's do 5. Clean this up, open this up like so, and then change this image to 5. So, and then right here we're going to do let's say office, and then plastic chair. Okay, so this is better. Now if I save, this is what we get all around. All right, so this is everything right there. That is that for now. So we're going to be adding the swiper.js for this later, but first let's style this and see how it looks. So let's go to our styles, the CSS, and then come right here. So the first thing we want to do is to target the product container. So for the container, we're going to have a padding of 2.5 rem, 0, and then 5 rem. And if I save now, we're going to get that, nothing serious. So next, let's have the product product description. So for the description, we want to have the font size set to small font size, and then the line height, we're going to make that one 1.6. So we're going to get that as well. So next, let's target the product card. So for the product card, let's give this a width of 290 pixel, and let's see. Okay, let's also give this a background color of let's do container color, which is also a white for now. So let's give this a padding of 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem again to the left and right, 0.5 rem to the left and right, and then 1.5 rem to the bottom. So 0.5 rem to the top, 0.5 rem to left and right, and 1.5 rem to the bottom. And then we're going to have a border radius of 300 pixel, 300 pixel, that's to the top and right, 18 pixel to the bottom, and 18 pixel to the left. So if I save now, we're going to get something like this. So we can't see the border radius now because it is overflowing. So what we can do is set the overflow to hidden, and if I save, that is it right there. So also we're going to set the margin to, let's do 0 and auto, and then let's have a transition of 0.4 seconds, 0.4 seconds, like so. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is to let's come back to the product card image, and for the image, let's set the width to 100%, and then let's give the height of 250 pixel, and then the overflow of hidden, and we want this to be important. Okay, so next, let's target the product card img this time around. So for the img, we want to set the border radius to 300 pixel, 300 pixel, 18 pixel, and then 18 pixel as well. And then the margin bottom, we want to make that 1.5 rem. So if I save, yeah, now we have a perfect round shape at the top. Okay, so this is better. All right, next, let's move to the product card data. So for the data, we're going to add a padding to the top of 0, the right of 0.5 rem, the bottom of 0, and then the left of 0.5 rem as well. So basically we can just get rid of all of this and make this 0 to the left and right, 0 to the top and bottom, and then 0.5 rem to the left and right. So if I save, we're going to get, if I save, we're going to get something like this as well. So this is much better. All right, so after that, we're going to have a display of flex, and then a justify content of space between, like so. Yeah, and so we want this text to be here and this to be here as well. Okay, so once we get that, for that, then we want to target the product card. Let's do the price. So for the price, let's set the font size to H3 font size. The font family is going to be title font, not title color, but title font. The color is going to be title color this time around. Oops, color is going to be title color, and then the margin bottom is going to be 0.25 rem. So if I save, we're going to get this for that part as well. All right, so now yeah, let's also target the span. So let's do product card price and then span. So for the span, we want the color to be second color, and if I save, the dollar signs becomes the orange color that we have. Okay, looking much better. Now let's also target the product card title. So product card and then the title. So for the title, what we want there is to also give us a font size of H3 font size, and then we want the font weight to be font semi-bold, and also the color is going to be text color, and the margin bottom is going to be 0.75 rem, and the padding right, let's do 2 rem. Padding right, we're going to make it 2 rem. Okay, so that is looking much better. Next, let's have the product card and then hover. So when we hover over the product card, we want a box shadow. So I'm going to copy this value again for the box shadow. I'm going to paste that in, so you can pause the video right here and copy these values for yours as well. So now if I save this and I hover over any of these cards, as you can see, there is this subtle shadow underneath everything. So as you can see right there, as you can see right here and right here as well. So it is everywhere. All right, so that is that for this part. And yeah, so the next thing, we're going to see how we can add Swiper.js to this so that they can all come into life. So before we add that, we're going to come down to right here where I have Swiper.js. So as you can see, this part where it says get started, we're going to click on that. So it's going to bring us right here, and where it says download assets, I'm going to click on this link right here, and it's going to open this up. So what I want to do is come back to where it says Swiper bundle main CSS. So for the CSS, and we're also going to get the Swiper bundle main JS. So these two are what we want to get. So first, I'm going to open this in another tab. So right click and open, and then I'm going to do the same thing for this. Right click and open. So basically, I open the Swiper bundle main CSS and Swiper bundle main JS. So right here, this is for the main CSS, and this is for the main JS. So for this main CSS, what I'm going to do is click on View Raw. So what I'm going to do is right click on this, and then I'm going to click on Save As. So when this opens up, I'm going to open up the folder, so the phonics folder, the assets, and since this is the CSS for the cascading style sheet, as you can see right here, I'm going to save that inside of here, and by default it's going to have the Swiper bundle main title right there. So that is that for this. I'm going to close this, and then this is the main.js. So we're going to repeat the same step. View raw, right click, save as, and I'm going to come back to the assets, and inside the assets we're going to target the JS, and inside the JS, just where we have the main.js, we're going to click on save as well. So now we have those two files saved there. So I'm going to close this, and then on this part I'm just going to click on back to go back to our Swiper main.js. And right here, instead of downloading that file, you can also use this CDN. So all you need to do is come down to where it says use Swiper from CDN. So what you can do here is just to copy these two things. So this one is going to be in your head tag in your HTML, and this is going to be in the just before the body closing tag, but make sure it is above your main.js file. So in case you don't want to download all those things, you can just use this, and it's going to work exactly the same way. So there is no issue at all. All right. So now this is how the Swiper works. So for the main container, we're going to have the Swiper, and then for the required wrapper, the additional, this is going to have the Swiper wrapper, and for each slide we're going to have this Swiper slide like so. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to go back to our code. Let's go back to our code, and in here I'm going to come back to the index.html. So right here, where we have this product container. So this is going to be our own container. As you can see right there, they have main container. So all we have to do is copy this that is say right here, swiper, and then create space and paste it right here. So as you can see right here, swiper is also a class, so we're just going to paste it in our class right there. So the next one for this empty div, this is where we are going to paste our swiper wrapper, because this is what is wrapping everything right here. So I'm going to create a class and then paste that right in. So swiper wrapper, and as you can see, this swiper wrapper is wrapping everything right here. So that is it. So now for the swiper slide, these are going to be the slides that you see. So for this, ours is going to be for this our article right here, which is the product card. So we're going to create a space right here and paste that in. So I'm going to repeat this step for every other ones right there. So I'm going to collapse everything. So for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th one. So I'm going to click on this part, then scroll up. I'm going to hold the Alt key on my keyboard, and then I'm going to click once on this other part. Repeat the same thing right here and right here. So I can do everything at once by clicking on space bar and then Ctrl V or Command V to paste that swiper slide. So every article is going to have a swiper slide. If you create another article inside of this product container, it's going to have another swiper slide as well. So if I save this and then let's go back to our code and see, as you can see, nothing really happened here, and that is because we forgot to link swiper CSS and then swiper JS. So if you remember, we have it in our folder right here. So right here inside the CSS, we have the swiper bundle main CSS, and in the JS we have swiper bundle main the JS as well. So let's quickly link that. So right here, I'm just going to put in navigate through where it is like so, and I'm going to come down here as well, and right here where it says swiper JS, I'm going to do the same thing. So this time I'm going to navigate to the JS folder and then find my file right there. So if I save now, as you can see, this is what we get, but right now it is not working, nothing is working. That's because we need to set some values for the JavaScript. But before we do that, let's go back to our swiper JS, and as you can see right here, it says if we need navigation buttons, so we need to copy this. All right, so let's copy this part right here. I'm just going to copy this, come back to our code, and then just after the swiper wrapper, so after this div, I'm going to make some space and I'm going to paste that right there. So if I save now, let's go back to our code. We are going to see this right there. So but these are actually not what we want to use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up. So for the previous, let's come back to a browser and then our icon library. Right here, I'm going to search for arrow. So for this arrow, I'm going to select the arrow right. So this is going to be for the next. I'm going to copy that, come back to our code, and this is previous. So let's put this for the next arrow right. And right here, I'm going to paste the same thing right here, and then I'm going to change this right to left. So if I save this, come back to our code, we should get these arrows like this. So there is one here and there is another one here, very tiny. Okay, so let's first of all style these arrows before we move to the JavaScript part. So I'm going to come right here to our style.css, and first I'm going to make a comment. I'll call this swiper next and previous class. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in, let me come back to our homepage, let me come back to our index, and then I'm going to copy the next first. Anyone, you can copy anyone first, but let me just do this. So paste in the next, and then for this I'm going to add the after pseudo element, because by default remix icon, they use after pseudo elements for all these icons that you see right here. So then I'm also going to grab the next one, which is the previous. So the prev and then after as well. So right here, what I want to do is set the content to be empty. So if I save this now, as you can see, those icons are no longer there. So now let's style this icon that we put in by default from the remix icon. So what we can do is first let's paste this in, and then let's paste the other one and call this the prev. So for this one, what we can do is set the top to initial, and then let's set the bottom to 0. Let's set the width to initial as well. Let's give the height of initial as well. Height, initial, and then let's give a background color of container color. So after this container color, let's also give a border of let's do 2 pixels solid, and then let's make this text color light. So after that, let's add a padding. So for the padding, we're just going to do 6 pixels, and that should do. Then let's also have a border radius of 5 rem, and then the font size, we want to make that 1.5 rem, and then the color. So for the color, we're going to set the first color. And now if I save this, this is what we get. So the next thing we want to do is let's come back here, and then for the swiper button next, so what we want to do is set the right, we want to set that to a calculation. So we're going to do calc of 50% minus 3 rem, and then I'm going to duplicate this as well. So right there, then I'm going to change this to prev, and then this, instead of right, is going to be left. So now if I save this, we're going to see something like this. So this is much better. All right, so there is supposed to be some spacing at the top here and at the bottom right here, but it is currently not working. So let's scroll to the top, and product container, we have a padding of 2.5 to the top, 0 to the left and right, and then 5 rem to the bottom, but it's not working. So the next option is for us to check what is wrong in our index.html. Okay, so as you can see right here, the spelling of product is actually wrong. So product, like this, product. So if I save now, as you can see, we have the spacing at the top and at the bottom. So this is pushed right here. All right, so I think this is the best time for us to, get this stuff working. Okay, so now let's go to the JavaScript part. So right here we have the swiper.js product section. So what I want to do is let's come back to our swiper.js, and right here let's go to the initialize swiper. So we're just going to copy whatever we have here for now. Yeah, so let's just copy everything here. Let's come back to our code and paste it right here. So for this, we're going to edit some few things. So the first thing we want to do is, we didn't use any pagination, so we're going to get that off. And also we didn't use any scroll bar, so we're going to get the scroll bar off as well. So now we have let's see, is there any issue? Okay, we didn't grab this for the scroll bar. All right, so now we have just the navigation element like so. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some more values to these option parameters. So if you want to know more about the other options that there is, you should consider checking swiper.js documentation. So you're going to get every details. All right, so right here I'm going to add the space between, and I want to make that 32 put a space right there. Then let's add the centered slides. I want to make that true. True is a boolean, so we're just going to make that true. And then let's make the grab cursor. Let's also make that true. Then let's I think this should do for now. Let's take off the direction. We don't really need direction here. Let's also grab the slides per view. So slides per view. So we're going to make this set to auto, just like that. And yeah, so by default this should work like this. So now let's save this, come back to our site, and then let's try to see if this works. So as you can see right now, our slide is working perfectly well. So we can slide to the left and right, and when we are here we can grab like this because we set the value to grab. So everything is working just fine. All right, so this is how we've concluded this section. So next we're going to move to the next section, which is going to be the why us section. So I'm going to first collapse or close this section right here so that we have a clean environment. And now I'm going to move to the why section. All right, so for this why section, basically what I want to do is, first I'm going to create a div with a class of why container, and then another class of container, and another class of grid. So inside this class I'm going to have a div with a class of why img. So in the img we're going to have an img, and then this img, let's navigate to our assets, images, and then let's do why us img. So this one right there. Then outside of the image and the y img, we're going to have another div with a class of y content. So for the content, we're going to have a div with a class of y data, like so. And then when we open that up, we want to have our h2. So we're going to do h2 and with a class of section title. So this is going to have a class of section title, which is one of the variables, one of the CSS reusable classes that we set in our style.css. All right, so right here I'm also going to copy and paste in the value. So whatever I have there, I'm going to copy and paste it in like so. So right now, as you can see, we have why choose us, but the choose is inside the span, and then the full stop is also inside another span. So basically these spans are just going to be the orange color by default. So next, after the h2, we're going to have the p tag with a class of y description. So for this description, I'm also going to copy what I have here, and I'm going to paste that right here. And yeah, so next let's go to the, I'm just going to, after this p tag, or after this div, the div that says y data, not date, supposed to be y data. So after the y data div, we're going to have another div with a class of y accordion. So in this accordion, I'm going to have a div with a class of y accordion and then item. So inside that accordion item, we're going to have another okay, this time let's have a header with a class of y accordion and then a header. So inside the header, we're going to have an icon. So for this icon, let's come down to our remix icon, and then we want to check the add. So for this, let's use this one, whichever one right here. Let's try this one. Okay, so we're going to make use of this one. I'm going to copy this and then come back here, and I'm going to paste that in. But also we want to add a class right here. So we're going to add a class of accordion, y accordion icon. So just like that, y accordion icon. And then we're going to have our h3 with a class of y accordion, and then title. So y accordion title, and this one is going to be frequently make room. So frequently new design. And after that, we are going to close our header, and then after the header, we're going to have a div with a class of y accordion content. So for this content, we're going to have a p tag. So a p with a class of y accordion, let's do description. So for this description, I'm just going to copy and paste what I have here like so. And then once that is out of the way, let's come down after this div. So this is the y accordion item. So we're going to have another y accordion item. So basically the best thing to do is to copy and duplicate this few more times. So first, let's go back to the main site and see how many times we used this. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's come back here. So right now we're going to duplicate this couple more times, like 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. All right. So now we have accordion item, and then the second accordion item. As a matter of fact, I'm going to comment this out. So accordion item 1, and I'm going to copy this, Control C to copy that, and then after this, just before the next accordion item, I'm going to paste this and write 2, and then I'm going to repeat the same thing right here, paste this and write 3, and also right here we're going to repeat the same thing, paste and write in 4. All right, so for the second one, let's see, for this second one, we're going to have content of, let's take this off, original production, and then right here I'm also going to copy the content and paste it right here like so. So next I'm going to copy the next one. Let me just copy this as well, come right here, and right here I'm also going to paste that in just like that, and if I should save, that should be formatted automatically. So for this part, for the description, I'm going to come back, and then I'm just going to paste that right here. So let's save that so that we can have our code formatted. And lastly, for this last section, I'm going to also copy the content, copy that, come right here, replace this with this, and then for this I'm also going to copy, come right here, I'm also going to paste that right there. So I'm going to hit save, and as soon as I save that, and as you can see right here, we have our image. We also have all these contents like so, including our h2, which is the section title. All right, so everything is working fine. Now let's move to the CSS part where we can style this section. So for this styling, the first thing we do is to target the Y container, and for this container I want to set the row gap to 3 rem. So if I save, we should see some space between like so. So there are some space between them like that. All right, so next let's target the Y img. So for the Y img, we want to set the width to 276 pixel. The height is going to be 318 pixel, and then we'll have a border radius of, let's do 150 pixel, 150 pixel, that's to the top and right, 16 pixel to the bottom right, and then 16 pixel to the bottom left. So we're going to get that in a bit, but then let's also target the overflow and make that hidden. So if I save, this is what we should get, and this is not center aligned. So what we can do is add a margin of 0 to the top and bottom, and then auto to the left and right, and this should center our image like so for us. So that is that for the image for now. So next, let's target the description. So why description? So for the description, we're going to have a font size of small font size, and then the line height is going to be 1.6 if I can type, and then we have a margin bottom of 2 rem. All right, so after that, the next thing we're going to do is to target the Y accordion. So for the Y accordion, we want the display to be grid, and then the row gap to be 1.5 rem. All right, so now we have some spacing in between all this like so. Now let's target the Y accordion item. So for the item, we want the background color to be body color, and then we want the border to be 2 pixels solid, and then the border color. And then we want the border to have a radius of 0.5 rem, and then we want to have a padding of 1 rem and then 0.75 rem, just like so. If I save, this is what we are going to get by default. Now let's target the header. So the header is the thing that is housing this icon and this text right here. So now let's see how we can edit this header and make it much better how we want it to be. So for that, what I can do is to target the Y accordion and then the header. So for the header, we're going to do a display of flex, and then the align items is going to be center, and the cursor is going to be pointer. So now we're going to have the icon side by side with the text, which is the title. All right, so now let's have the accordion icon. So for the icon, we want to have a background color of first color lighting, and then we want to have a padding of 8 pixel, and the border radius is going to be 20 pixel. Or sorry, let's do the border radius of 5 rem, and then let's do the font size of 20 pixel. The color, let's make that the first color, and then the margin right, we're going to make that 0.75 rem, and also for the transition, let's make that 0.4 seconds. So this is what we get. Okay, so next, let's target the accordion, the Y accordion icon, and then the icon itself inside of that icon div. So we want the transition as well to be 0.4 seconds. And next, let's target the Y accordion title. So for the title, let's make the font size let's do small font size, and then for the font weight, let's make it the font semi bold, and then for the color, we're going to do the text color, and also the transition is going to be 0.4 seconds. Now let's also target the Y description. Let me save that so we'll see how it looks like. So now let's target the Y description, y accordion description. So for the description, we're going to have the font size set to smaller font size, and then the line height is going to be 1.6, and the padding, let's make the padding 1.25 rem, and then so that's to the top, 2.5 rem to the left, and 0 to the right. All right, sorry, this is 1.25 rem to the top, 2.5 rem to the right, 0 to the bottom, and lastly we're going to have 3 rem to the left hand side. So if I save, it's going to look something like this for the description. Okay, so now let's keep going. So for the y accordion content, so for the content, we're going to have an overflow of hidden, and then the height for now, the height is going to be 0, and then transition is going to be 0.25 seconds, and then ease. So something like that. As you can see, everything disappears. Okay, so let's move to the JavaScript part. So for this part, I'm going to go down to my browser, and right here I have this GitHub repo. So I'm going to leave this link in the description below. I recently or previously made a tutorial about responsive accordion UI design with videos and buttons inside of them. So in case you go to my channel, this is what you are going to get. You're going to learn how to make this accordion. As you can see, we have videos, we have buttons in some of the accordions. All right, so right here I'm going to click on assets. I'm going to navigate to the JavaScript folder and then the main.js file. So right here, this is all I need. So I'm just going to copy everything I see inside of this box and then move back to my JavaScript and paste that right in. All right, so now we have to change some couple things. So the first one is for the accordion items. So ours is going to be y__accordion items. So right here in our index, we have the y accordion items right here. So we are targeting this div that is housing everything inside one of these boxes. All right, so next we are going to also grab the y accordion header. So right here, this is what we need, y accordion header. So let's also change this question to header. So the next one, let's leave the accordion open. So right here, we are going to change the query selector content. So for this, we are going to be using the y accordion content right here, and then replacing this with that. Okay, so after that, let's save and see what we get. So if I save that, and as you can see, this is working right out of the box. As you can see, everything is working just fine right here. So we didn't stress that too much, and it is working just fine. And as you can see, as soon as you click on any one, it closes the other one, so no one is left open. Okay, so we're going to change some couple things. If we go back to the main finished website and then we inspect this right here, so as you can see, when I click on this, as you can see, this is what we get. If I click on this, we get this, and we get this color, this beautiful color like so. So we want the same thing for here as well. So let's come back to our style.css. So first of all, let me check the button. So for the button, let's do I mistakenly put backdrop filter, so we want the background color, not backdrop filter. So let's save that, and yeah, we're gonna get something like that. So now let's come down here and then let's create a comment. Let's make a comment and say rotate arrow when when header is clicked like so. So now the accordion open, the one we created in JavaScript, and then we want to target the accordion icon. So when the accordion open is clicked on, I want to transform and rotate 45 degrees. So basically what we're doing is whenever any of this is active, we want this icon to turn to X. So it's going to rotate to the X value, which is the times or the close value. So it means that you can click open, close, open and close. As you can see, it smoothly transits in because we have, I believe, a 0.4 seconds transition on the icon itself. So let's see, and then let's see. Okay, so I think the issue is the icon we are using. So yeah, this is the one we're supposed to be using, this one right here. So I'm just going to copy this, go back to right here, come back to our index.html, and then we're going to replace all this icon with that. But instead, let me come back to the browser. I think it is best if I copy just this part right here, and then let's go back. So this is going to help us move faster. So let's start with the one. So for the icon, we're going to replace this. Hold Command or Control and then keep pressing D until you select all the 4 of them. Then just Control or Command V to paste in the other circle you copied. So if you save now, as you can see, the icon is what we have. So this is much better. This is what we used on the finished version. Alright, so now let's see how we can change the color inside of this box whenever it is active. So in order to do that, let's come back to our style.css, and right here we are going to target the accordion open, and then after the accordion open, the next thing we want to grab is the .y accordion item. So for the item, let's set the background color to first color lighten, and if I save, nothing happened, but then when I take out this space and I save, this works. So I don't know why it works that way, but yeah, at least it works. So right now, if you click open, that color is going to change from white to the first color lighten. All right, so now let's also target one last thing before this section is done. So we're going to target the accordion open and then the Y accordion title. So for this one, we want the color to be the title color, and then the font weight, we want it to be font semi-bold. So if I save, no changes, but when I click on this, as you can see, the color changes and then the font weight also increased. So right here, this is what we get. As you can see, this pops out even much more. Okay, so that is that for this section, the white section or the white chooser section, whatever you like to call it. So that is all. Now we're going to move to the next section, which is the how section. So this how section is basically the video section. So I can just rename this the video section, and then I'm going to come right here, and we already have video right here. So let's just add a section to the comments. Okay. So right here, let me also go back to the top and close this white section so we maintain our clean environment while we code. All right. So for the video section, I'm going to start by creating a div with a class of video container. And then let's add another class of container itself. So we're using our reusable class of container, which we set in our CSS. So the next thing we're going to do is to grab our h2 with a class of section title. So for this, I'm also going to copy the value right here, and I'm just going to paste that in. So let's do it like this. Copy, come here and paste. All right. So also we have a p tag with the class of video description. So for the description, I'm also going to copy and paste what I have here and then paste right there. So now if I save, everything is going to format like this, and we're going to get this stuff right here. All right. So after the p tag, let's have a video div. So we're going to have the video underscore content, and then we're going to have the video with an ID of video file. So this video file, for the source, we're going to do, let's do the assets and then video, and select the only video that we have in our folder. So next, the type, for the type, we're going to make that let's do okay. All right, you know what, let's do something. So for this, let's delete all this right here. So we just want to have a video with an ID of video file, and then in here we're going to have our source. So this source is also going to have, is a self-closing tag actually. So we self-close it like that, and then we're going to have our src, and right here we're going to navigate through our assets, then the video, and then that video right there. So after that, we're going to have our type, and then the type is going to be video /mp4. all right, so this is what we want. Okay, so next, let's also grab our button. So after the video, we're going to have the button with a class of video button, and then an ID of video button. Okay, so inside of that button, we're going to have an icon. So the icon is going to be our play and pause icon. So let me navigate back here to our logo, and then I'm going to type in play. So we're going to make use of this one right here, this particular one, and I'm going to copy this. Okay, or should we go with something like this? All right, let's use this. I think this is what we use for the finished version, so let's keep on using this like that. So now let's go back to our site, come back here, and then paste that right there. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, we're going to add another class inside of the icon, and then we're going to call this video button, and then icon, and then after that we're going to have an ID with the name of video icon, just like that, and we are done with the HTML part. So if I save now, this is what we have. As you can see, this is a video, but at the moment it is doing nothing. Okay, so now let's move to the style.css part and start making things look the way we want it to look like. Okay, so right here, the first thing I want to do is to target the video and then the H2. So for the H2, we want the text to be aligned to the center, and if I save, that is going to happen. Next, let's target the video description. So for the description, let's text align it center as well, and then the margin bottom is going to be 2.5 rem, something like that. Next, let's also target the video content. So for the content, we're going to have a position of relative, the border radius of 1.25 rem, and then for the border proper, let's do 6 pixels 6 pixels solid, and then the var, let's make it first color lighten, and the display is going to be flex, justify content is going to be center, align items center, and then the overflow we're going to set that to hidden. So we're going to get something like that. All right, so next let's target the video button. So for the button, we'll have a position set to absolute, and then the left we're going to do 50%, and the top is also going to be 50%. Transform, translate, we're going to do -50%, comma -50%. So next we are going to, let's add a padding of 1 rem, and then let's have a background color of I'm going to copy this value right here. So all you need to do is pause this video and write out these values, the HSLA. Okay, so next let's grab the color and then set that to white, and then the border radius, we want that to be 50%. So if I save now, we're going to get something like this. Let's also, okay, so let's target the video button icon. For the video button icon, we want the font size to be 1.2 rem. Let's not forget our full stop before the class. All right, so let's save this, and yeah, we should get something like this at the moment. Okay, so now let's move to the JavaScript file where we're going to make this thing work. So as you can see right now, no matter how much you click, nothing is happening. So we're going to make something happen with the JavaScript. All right, so right here, let's do a const, and then call this the video file. So we're going to grab the document dot get element by ID, and then we want to grab let's go back to the index.html. So we want to grab this video file right here. I'm going to paste that right there. All right, so next we want to grab the video button. So for the video button, document that get element by ID. Let's go back again. Video button, this ID right here, copy that and then paste that right there. Okay, so the next one, I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this the video icon, and then as you can see, we have the video icon right here. So I'm going to copy the video icon as well, and I'm going to replace this with the video icon. Okay, so after that, let's have a function of play pause. So this function, we're going to have an if the video file dot paused. So we want to let's play. So let's do video file dot play. Okay, and also basically what we also want to do here is to change the video icon dot class list dot add. So for the video icon, we want to add this class ri pause line. So if I come back here to our icons, and I type in pause, and right here if I click on this, so you'll see RI pause line. So we want to change that icon from what it currently is, which is the play, to pause. So I'm just going to paste in that RI pause line, and then I'm going to duplicate this. So we want to remove the previous one, which is, if I come back here now, as you can see, this is the RI play line. So we want to remove this RI play line, just like that. Okay, else, so we say else. Now the video file dot pause. Then after that we say, we repeat the same thing but in reverse. So right here I'm just going to copy this, come down here and paste it in. Okay, so the video icon dot class list dot remove. So now I want to remove the pause line and then add the original stuff that was there before now. And right here we're going to say video button dot add event listener. So when it is clicked, we want to activate the play pause function that we created. So if I, oh sorry, this is supposed to be outside. So outside is parentheses right here, the yellow one. So if I save and then let's come back here and click on this, as you can see it is playing very well. Everything is working fine. So my speaker was very loud. That was why I quickly paused and mute it. So if I click on pause, it pauses. If I click on play, it plays. If I click on pause, it pauses again. So let's see what happens when it's finished playing. So as you can see, it has finished playing, but this icon still stays on pause. So if I click on it again, you see it just plays this whole thing. If I click back, as you can see, it's still working. Pause play is working, but when the video finishes playing, the video just stops and then the icon still remains paused. Okay, so that's what we're going to be tackling now. So after this, what we want to do is have another function, but this time let's call this the final video. So for this final video, what we want to do is target the video icon dot class list dot remove. We want to remove the RI first. Let's do this. Let me just paste. Oh, okay. So I think I can just paste in everything from here that I copied from here before now. So now we have video icon dot so for this we are going to remove the icon and then add the play icon. So once the video ends, we want this to happen. Alright, so now let's call the video file dot add event listener, and then we want to target the ended like so, and then the final video. So if I save this now and then this page refresh, so if I play, it's going to be playing, and as soon as it gets to the end of the video, the icon is going to change back to play. So let's see, and right now, so as you can see, that is the end of the video, and then the icon changes back to play. So if I play again, it's still going to play from the beginning. I can pause it again, I can play, I can pause, but then when it gets to the end, the icon is going to remove from pause and turn to play. And that is beautiful. That is awesome. Okay, so that is it. Alright guys, we are done with this section again. So right now we've concluded some of these sections. So what we can do, let's go back to our index.html, and yeah, right here, as you can see, we have in our menu, we have the home, the product, the why us, and then the contact. So we've done the home, we've done the product, and then we've done the why. So now what we want to do, let's go back to our header let's open that up. So for the home, we're going to add the home right here. For the product, we're also going to add the product. And then for the Y section, we're going to add the Y. And right here, we're going to add the contact. The contact. So if I should save now, and then I click on this and I click on home, as you can see, the home works just fine. I click on this again, as you can see, everything is working smoothly, just like so. Okay, so everything works just fine right here. So the last thing we want to do is the contact section. All right, so let me collapse this again, and then let's go to the contact section. So for the contact section, I'm going to add a div with a class of contact container, and then another class of container, and another class of grid. Then inside that class or that div, we're going to have a div with a class of contact img, and in the contact img, we're going to have our image. So img, and then we're going to navigate through where the image is, and right here we want to contact us img. All right, so after this img div, we are going to have another div with a class of contact content. So inside of that, we're going to have a div with a class of contact data. So in the contact data, we'll have a h2 with a class of section title. So in the section title, I'm going to copy the value I have here. So this is the content, contact us anytime. So the us anytime has a space, has a span across or around it. So after that, we're going to have the P with a class of contact description. So in that description, I'm going to paste that right there. And then after this div, which is the contact data, we're going to have a contact card div as well. So in this card, we're going to have another div with a class of contact card box. So inside of the box, we're going to have a div with a class of contact card info. So inside the info div, we're going to have a phone. So let's go back to right here, our icon, and then I'm just going to type in phone. So this one right here, the field version, we're going to copy. Let's come back here, and then let's paste the icon right there. So after that icon, we're going to have a div, just the div, and then inside of this div, we're going to have h3 with a class of contact card title, like so, and we're going to have the text of call inside of there. And then the p tab, we're going to have a class of contact card description, and in the description, we're just going to have any value right there. So I'm going to do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 0, just like that. Then let me just put some space right here, and like so, something like this. Okay, so after the contact info, we're going to have a button with the class of button, and then another class of contact card button, and this is going to say call now. Okay, so once we have that, now we're going to duplicate this box right here. So contact box, we're going to have that 2 more times, or 3 more times rather. So 1, 2, 3. All right. So for the first one, let's make a comment. Comment and say contact box 1. I'm going to copy this to the second box. Oops. The second box, I'm going to paste and call this 2. The third box, I'm going to paste and call this 3. And then for the last box, I'm going to paste again, and then I'm going to call this 4. Just like that. So if I save, we're going to get something like this. But then it is time to change the values. So inside of this, we are going to have the charts. I'm just going to edit this, call it chart smile 2, and then the fill version. So right here we're going to have chart, and then right here is going to be chart now. So the third one, we are going to have the live right there, and then video call, and right here video call now. And the last one, we're going to have let's change this icon to question answer and then fill. Okay, so right here this is going to be message, and right here we're going to say message now. So if I save, all the details are going to be like this. Okay, so this is looking good already, and that is that for the HTML section. So now let's move to the styles.css section, and for the contact section right here, the first thing we're going to do, let me take this to the top. So the first thing we're going to do is to have the contact container set to a row gap of 2 rem. So that's going to push this image and this content apart. And then now we're going to target the contact img. So for the img, we'll have a width of 276 pixels. We have a height of 318 pixels. A border radius is going to be 150 to the top left, 150 pixel rather, and then another 150 pixel to the top right, and this time 16 pixel to the bottom right, and then 16 pixel to the bottom left. So we're also going to have our overflow set to hidden, overflow hidden. And once we get that, let's save and see what we have. So now let's bring this to the center with margin of 0 to the top and bottom, and then also to the left and right, and that is going to center align the image for us. Okay, so now let's target the description. So for the contact description, we want the font size to be small font size, and then the margin bottom is going to 2.5 rem, like so. Also, let's target the card this time. So for the contact card, for the card, we're going to have a display of grid. The grid templates columns is going to be repeat to 1FR, and then the gap, we're going to make that 1.25 rem to the top and bottom, 0.75 rem to the left and right. Okay, so this is what we get. Now let's start the contact card and then the box. So for the box, we'll have the background color of body color, and then we have the border of 2 pixels solid, and then the border color, and also we have the padding of 1.25 rem to the top and bottom and 0.75 rem to the left and right. We have a border radius of 0.5 rem, and then the transition of all 0.3 seconds is like so. Now let's also target a contact card info. So for the info, we're going to have a display of flex, line item center. The column gap rather is going to be 0.75 rem, and the margin bottom is going to be 1.25 rem. So like so. Next, let's target the contact card and then the eye, which is for the icon. So for the icon, we want the padding to be 6 pixels, and then we want the background to be first color lighten, and then the font size, we want that to be 1.25 rem. The border radius is going to be 6 pixels, and the color is going to be first color, like so. Save, and that is what we get. Now let's target the contact card title. So for the title, we're going to set the font size, if I can type. So the font size is going to be normal font size. The font weight is going to be font semi-bold. The margin bottom is going to be 0.2 rem, and then the contact card description. So we want to set the font size to smaller font size, and we're going to see that right there. Okay. Next, let's also target the contact card button. So for the button, let's give it this font size of small font size, and then the padding is going to be 14 pixels to the top and bottom, 0 to the left and right. The width is going to be let's do the width to be, let's do 100%, and then the background is going to be first color lighten, and then the color itself is going to be first color, and the font weight is going to be font semi-bold, and then the box shadow is going to be none. So that is that. Let me quickly see. Okay, font weight. Do I miss anything as well? Alright, so let's save that. Okay, so this is what we get. So now let's target the contact let's do contact card button, and then the hover. We want the background color to be first color, and then we want the color proper to be white, and also we want the contact card box to be the hover state to be box shadow. I'm just going to copy this value right here. So again, you can pause this video and type out these values if you are coding along with me. Alright, so as you can see right here, this is what we get. Okay, but let me see if there's an issue with something right here. Okay, so let's set this, instead of background color, let's do background, because initially we have we are using the class of button as well, and if you remember, we have a what's it called, a linear gradient on the button, and linear gradients don't work with background colors, they only work with background. So colors, ordinary colors as well, works with background. So in this case, we're going to be making use of just ordinary color, not background color rather. Okay, so now everything is working. If I hover it, we're going to get something like this. So this is awesome. Okay, and yeah, this is all for the contact section. I hope you like this part. So if you've been enjoying this tutorial so long, please consider giving this a thumbs up. So click on that like button, smash it. You can spoil it however you want, and then don't forget to subscribe to this channel, because such content is going to be coming in frequently, almost every week. So do not miss your chance at becoming better in front-end development and UI design in general. Alright, so this is all for the contact section. Now let's move to the next section, which is the subscribe section. So but first, let me close out this contact section so we keep maintaining our clean environment. And this right here is the subscribe section. So for this section, basically what we want to do is to repeat almost the same thing we've been doing so far. Right here, I'm just going to make a div with a class of contact. Oh, sorry, I said contact. Subscribe container, and then container. So inside the container, we're going to have our h2 with a class of section title, and right here, I think I'm also going to have another class of subscribe title. Okay, so here I'm also going to copy my content. So right here I'm going to paste this in. So get started with phonics. Then I'm going to create a P with a class of subscribe description. So for the subscribe description, let me copy what I have here as well. So I'm going to paste that in like so. Alright, let's save this so that we can format our code with our prettier extension. Next, after this p tag, I'm going to have an anchor link. So this is going to have a class of button and another class of subscribe button, and this button is just going to say first, let's do get started, and right here it is going nowhere. Alright, so next let's move to the, first of all, let's save this so we have all our content right here, as you can see. Now let's move to the style.css. So for this section, the first thing I'm going to do is to grab the subscribe, and by the way, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. So subscribe, I'm going to do padding of 2.5 rem to the top and bottom, and 0 to the left and right. And next I'm going to do the subscribe container. So this is going to have a background, not background color, but background of button container color, like so. So the padding is going to be 3 rem and 2 rem, and then the border radius is going to be 1.25 rem, and then the border itself is going to be 6 pixel solid, and then first color light, just like so, and then text align is going to be to the center. So let's save this and see what we get. Alright, so right here we have an issue with our variable. So I'm just going to cut this open and then make the var keyword and paste that right in. So let's save that again. Now this is what we get. Okay, so let's target the subscribe title, and then let's make this for the subscribe title, let's give this a color of white, and then a margin bottom of 1 rem. Subscribe title. Did I get the spelling wrong? So let's come back for the subscribe. Oh, subscribe title. Okay, I got it wrong after all. Oops. Yeah, something like that. This should work. All right, so it's working now. Now what we're going to do is to target the description. So the subscribe description. So for the description, we're going to set the color to HSL value, and we're going to do 228 90%, 92%, and then the font size is going to be small font size, and the margin bottom is going to be 2 rem. So if I save, we're going to get that by default. All right, so now let's target the subscribe. Let's do the button. So for the button, we want to have the border set to 2 pixels solid, and then pure white. The background color is going to be the first color light, and then the font size is going to be the small font size. So if I save now, we're going to get this. Okay, so next let's also target the button hover. Subscribe button. The background color, we want that to be the first color, the hover state. So all right, so that is that for this section as a whole. So we're finally done with the subscribe section as well. So the next section is the footer section, and we're going to be doing that next. So right here in my index.html, so the first thing I'm going to do is to collapse this, and then outside of the main, as you can see, we have the footer section right here. You're going to get exactly the same folder if you download the starter file in the description below, or from the description below. So right here, let's do the same thing. So we're going to create a div with a class of footer container, and then another class of container, and then a class of grid. So inside of this, we're going to have a div. So this div, we're going to do an AA tag with a class of footer logo, and then this goes nowhere. As a matter of fact, I'm going to leave that like so. Now I'm going to copy the table we have from our header. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to copy this whole line like this from here to this icon. Don't forget to close this again. All right, so right here, I'm just going to paste this in like so. So if I save, we're going to get this. All right, so you can see the logo is right here. Okay, so now what we can do after this A tag, we're going to have a P tag. So the P with a class of footer description, and for the footer description, let me copy the content I have right here and paste this like so. Okay, so after this div, after the div, we're going to have another div with a class of footer content. So for the content, inside that content, we're going to have another div like this, and then inside that div, we're going to have a h3 with a class of footer title, and then for this title we're going to do about, and then span and full stop. Okay, so the about. So after that we are going to have an unordered list with a class of footer links. So inside the links we're going to have our LIs, and then the LI is going to have an A tag with the class of footer link, just like so. This goes nowhere, and then this is going to say about us. But then let me just duplicate this a couple times first. So 1, 2, that's 3 times, and the first one is going to say about us, the second one is going to say features, and then the third one is going to say news and blog, just like so. Next, let's do the let's also create another div. As a matter of fact, I think I'm just going to copy this, or okay, let's just keep typing. So let's type, we are not lazy. So h3 footer title, and then this one is going to be, I'm going to copy this in. So it's the company, and then we're wrapping the full stop or the dot inside of a span. And basically what we did for the first div that we created right here. Okay, so next we're going to have the UL with the class of footer title, sorry, footer links rather. The UL is the footer links, and let's see if I have links. Okay, so now let's do the LIs again, and then the A tag. So this is going to be footer link, that's singular. So the UL is the plural, this is the singular. So let's make this, and then I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times. So right here we're going to see how we work, and right here, let's get this right. So on the second one we're going to do capital, and on the third one we're going to say security, just like so. Now for the next one, we're going to create another div again. Inside this div we're going to have a h3 with a class of footer title, and this time around it's going to be support. So I'm going to copy this and paste it there. So that is the support. So for the UL, we're going to have a class of footer links, and inside of the link we're going to have LIs with the with A tags, and then a class of footer link, which is the singular. Alright, so right here I'm going to put this, come right there and duplicate this 3 more times as well. So the first one is going to be FAQ, which is frequently asked questions. This is going to be support center, and then this is going to be the contact us. Okay, so the last one right here is going to be for the socials. So after this div, let's create another div. So right here we're going to have our h3 with a class of footer title, and this one is going to be the follow us. So this is more like follow us on social media. So we're going to have our UL with a class of footer socials, and inside the socials we're going to have an A tag with the class of footer social link. So footer social link, and right here it goes nowhere, and but what you want to do here is put your link to maybe your Facebook, your LinkedIn, and wherever. So, and if you are doing that, you want to make sure that the page, whenever they click on it, it opens on another page. You don't want it to open on your own page. It's not going to be nice at all. So right here, I'm just going to type it FB, which stands for Facebook, and then I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times. And the next one is going to be IG, which is for Instagram, and then the TW, which is for Twitter. Okay. So once we get that, we're going to come down to the very bottom, just before the closing footer tag. We're going to create a div with a class of footer info, and then another class of container. So inside of this footer info container, we're going to have a span with a class of footer copy. So inside the footer copy, I'm just going to copy what I have here. So this is a HTML copyright icon code. So this is how you type that in. All right. So after that, inside of this div, a footer container, I'm going to do a div with a class of footer privacy. So the footer privacy, the A tag, we're going to grab terms and agreements, and then privacy policy, like so. All right, so this is everything for the footer section in index.html. So now we're going to move to the style of CSS. As you can see, we have all our stuff right here. So now for the style of CSS, the first thing we want to do is to have the footer container, and then the row gap, we're going to set that to 2.5 rem. And once that is done, let's target the footer logo. And for the logo, we want to do the font family. It's going to be the title font, and then the font size is going to be normal font size. The line height is going to be 1. The font weight is going to be normal, and the color, we're going to make that first color. The display is going to be flex. Our line item is going to be center. Margin bottom is 0.5 rem. So if I save this, we're going to get something like that. Next, let's set the footer logo. Okay, so okay, let's target the icon. So for the icon, we're going to do, let's see, margin right of 0.3 rem, and it's going to look like that. Next, we're going to target the footer description. This time we're doing description, and for this description, we're going to set the font size to small font size, and then the font weight, we're going to make that font medium. And one more thing, let's also add the footer link here as well. So everything is going to look like this. All right. Next, let's target the footer content, and then the footer links. So for this, we want to set display to grid. So if I save, nothing much happens, but when I capture or use the footer content, okay, if I can type content, and then I'm going to give this a grid template columns. of repeat to max content, and then the gap we're going to make that 2.5 rem and then 4 rem, like so. As you can see, this is how it's going to look like for the mobile, but we're still going somewhere. So the next thing, we're going to target the footer title. So for the title, let's make the font size H3 font size. Let's do the margin bottom of 1 rem, and then the font weight of font semi-bold. If I save that, we're going to get this. Now the next thing we can do is to target the footer title span. The color is going to be second color, and that is that right there. So now let's target the footer links. So for the links, let's have the row gap set to 0.5 rem, and the footer link, which is singular. So the first one was plural, this is singular. The color is going to be text color. The transition is going to be 0.3 seconds. Display is going to be inline flex. Let's see. Okay, so now footer link hover. So for the hover state, we're going to have the color set to second color. Transition, we're going to set it to second color, the hover, and then the transform, rather, not transition. So transform is going to be translate x 5 pixel. So translate x, let's get that right. Okay, so the next thing here, footer socials. So for the socials, we're going to do a display of flex, and I want to see the changes. Okay, that is already there by default, and then the column gap, we're going to make that 1 rem. Alright, now let's go to the footer socials and link. The font size is going to be small font size. The color is going to be text color, and then the transition is going to be time 0.3 seconds. Next, let's target the footer socials link, and then the hover for the link. So we want the color to be title color, like so. So now when I hover over this, we can get this smooth animation, and then smooth hover effects on this as well. So that makes it a little bit interesting. So now let's target the footer info. So for the info, we want to set the display to flex. Let's also add footer privacy. Don't forget to add your full stop before the class. Okay, so next we're going to have footer info. So for the info, we're going to set the padding bottom to 6 rem. The margin top is going to be 5.5 rem. The flex direction is going to be column, and then the text align is going to be center, and let's make the row gap 1.5 rem. Okay, so footer copy. So for the copy, and then the footer privacy and I always forget my dots and so what we want to do is set the font size to smaller font size, and then we want to set the font weight to font medium, and then the color is going to be text color. And then the last thing we're going to do here is to target the footer privacy on its own. The justified content is going to be center. The column is going to be, the column gap is going to be 1.25 rem. So now if I save, this is what we get, and everything is working just fine for us. So this is what we get, and everything is working just fine. And yeah, this is the end for the footer section as well for this mobile version. So the next part, we're going to see how to make an active state for this link, so that when you scroll, when it gets to the section, there will be something indicating that this part is active. So that is the next thing we're going to be doing here. So for the active link, we're going to come back to our main.js, and let's scroll to the top where we'll find the scroll section active. So this part right here. So now let's come back here and go to our responsive header navigation bar. So right here, let's look for active section link. As you can see, this part right here, that is the part we want. So I'm just going to copy everything inside of this like so. And now the next thing I'm going to do is to go back to my code, but first let's come to our website, go back to the code, and inside the scroll section active link, I'm just going to paste this right there. Okay, so we're going to change some couple things. So the first thing is that as you know, our own stuff is, let's see what we call ours. So I'm going to collapse or close this footer since we are done with that. So for the header, so we gave ours Nav Menu. So I'm going to copy this Nav Menu, come back here, and then I'm going to, while this is selected, I'm going to hold Control and then click on Command to select the next one. I'm going to paste that right there. So the moment I do that, that will be it. But then I'm going to save this, and I'm going to come back to our style.css. So basically what I want in this style, I'm going to scroll to the very top again where we have our navigation on the header section. So as you can see, we have this comment. This is the, let me show you, this is the header section. So just in case you're wondering, and right here we have this active state right here. So basically what we want to do for this active state is, as you can see right here in main.js, and what we basically do is we added a class of active link. So this active link, we're going to copy this. Let's come back to our style.css. After this active link comment, we're going to put a full stop and paste that in. So right here, what I want to do is set the position to relative, and then the color will be set to title color. All right, so next we're going to target the active link and then before. So for the before, what we want to target is the content. So let's make the content empty. The position is going to be absolute, and then the background is going to be, let's do second color, and then for the width we can do 100% width, and for the height excuse me, for the height let's do 2 pixels, and the bottom we're going to do, let's do negative 0.75 rem, and then the left is going to be 0. So if I save this now, and then if I should click on this, let's see which one is active. So the home is not active, so there is something wrong somewhere. Let's see if we are getting everything right here. So yeah, nav menu. Okay, so we are grabbing the nav menu with the ID. So but instead we want to grab with this because we are using the query selector. So if we want to grab with the ID, all we need to do is change this from full stop to hashtag right there. So from full stop to this, and if I should save now, this should work right now. As you can see, it is working. Now if you want to grab your ID with query selector in JavaScript, all you need to do is add this hashtag. But then if I want to grab it with the CSS, so I can copy this one, come right here, cut out this, and put a full stop and then V to paste. So as you can see, I'm doing these two together. So if I save, we're still going to get the same results and everything is still going to work fine. As you can see, this is the home, so it works. If I go to the product, it also works. So and now if I keep scrolling like this, as you can see, it jumps to the next section. So now the contact, the why us, the product, and then the home section. So as you can see, everything works just fine. So let's click on the contact section so that we can continue with what we are doing. Okay, so next let's come back to our index.html. Let's close the header. Let's also close the footer is closed already. So the next thing we want to do is to make our scroll up bar. So the scroll up button, which is basically this button right here. So this particular button right here is the scroll up button. Let me show you the dark version so you can see it much better. So this button right here is what we're going to be targeting. Okay, so with that said, let's start with the scroll up. So right here, what I'm going to do is to create an A tag with a class of scroll up and an ID of scroll dash up. So if I do this, and then all I need to do is put the hashtag right here. So inside of the A tag, I'm going to put in an icon. So let's come back to our browser, come here, and then I'm going to search for arrow. So this arrow, we're going to do arrow up view, this one right here. So arrow up view, I'm going to copy this, come back to our website, and I'm going to paste that arrow right here, and I'm hit save. So as you can see, the arrow is somewhere in our page, right here at the very bottom, if you can see that right there. So I'm going to come back to the start.css, and let's quickly jump to the very bottom of this page. And yeah, so as you can see, this scroll bar right here, sorry, not scroll bar, but the scroll up. So for the scroll up in the style.css, what we can do is let's see, okay, so let's target the scroll up class, and then I'm messing this up. So okay, what I'm going to do, let me just bring this down and then take this to the top like so. All right, so we have our scroll up, and then this is the scroll up section. Okay, so we want to set the position to be fixed, and then the right, we want that to be 1.5 rem, and the bottom is going to be -30%, and then the background color, we want that to be the border color, and then the backdrop filter, we want to have the blur of 16 pixel, and then we're going to duplicate this. Let's add the WebKit. So WebKit, if I can type. All right, So next we're going to have a display of inline flex, and then we'll also have the padding of 0.6 rem, and then the border radius we're going to have 0.5 rem, and also for the font size we're going to have 1.15 rem. The color is going to be the title color, and then the transition is going to be 0.3 seconds. So if I save that, we're not going to see it, but if I should take this off and put 0, or let me just put 2 rem right here, we are going to see that right there. Okay, so let me take that back to negative 30% so that it goes outside of this page, and we're going to use JavaScript, do everything in JavaScript, and we're going to come back here and make the bottom about 3 rem later. Okay, so but then the scroll up is going to have a hover effect of transform and translate Y. We're going to set that to negative 0.25 rem, so that when you hover over it, let me just show you real quick. So if I take this up and I put 3 rem, and then when I hover over this, we're going to take it up a little, as you can see right there. It is very subtle, but it makes the whole difference. Okay, so now we're going to move to the JavaScript part. So for the JavaScript, let's locate the scroll up right here. So what we want to do, let's have a function. Let's call it scroll up. So it's a scroll up function, and right here we're going to say const scroll up equals document dot get element by id, get element by id. So we want to get that by the scroll up. So basically we are getting it with, let me just show you real quick in the index. So we are grabbing it with this one right here, the ID of scroll dash up. Alright, so once we get that, let's make an if else statement right here. So if this dot scroll y is greater or equal to 350, then the scroll up dot class list dot add. So we're going to add the class of show scroll. Yeah, so show scroll, and then else scroll up dot class list dot remove the class of show scroll. And now let's come out here and so window dot add event listener, and then we want to listen for the scroll event and then the scroll up. So if I save this now and then I come back to style and CSS, and I'm going to turn this back to negative 30%, hit save. So right here I'm going to come down here, and basically what I want to do here is I'm going to first, let me create a comment, and I'm going to call this show scroll, and then I'm going to paste in this class that we created right here. So show scroll, paste that right here, and then all I want to do is set the bottom value to 3 rem. So it's going to come from whatever it is, negative 30% to 3 rem. As you can see, it is already working. So if I click on this, it's going to take me to the top, and if I scroll, as you can see, when it gets to the top it disappears, but when I scroll a little to this part, as you can see, it flips back up. So it disappears, it comes on, goes off, comes on, goes off, and comes on. And if I scroll down and then I click on this, as you can see, it takes me to the very top. Alright, so let's go back to the contact so we can easily navigate to our footer area. Okay, so the next thing I want to do right here is let's see the scroll bar. So the scroll bar is basically this bar you see right here, this one right here. So this thing that you can use to scroll up and down is called the scroll bar. So in CSS we are going to change that styling. So right here, as you can see, we have this scroll bar. So what you want to do here is, let's target the WebKit scroll bar. So for the scroll bar, we want the width to be 0.6 rem, and then the border radius, we're going to set that to 0.5 rem, and then the background color is going to be HSL, and then we're going to have 228, then 8%, and then 76%. So now if I save, as you can see, everything has changed. So this is what we have at the moment. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to target the thumb. So the WebKit scroll thumb. So for this thumb, what I want to do is, let me just get rid of this. We made the comment twice. We have the show scroll here, so we don't need that comment anymore. So right here, what I want to do is I'm just going to set the background color to the HSL value of this same stuff. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste that right here, and I'm just going to change this value from 76 to 64, like so, 64. And then right here I'm going to make the border radius 0.5 rem. So once I do that, this is also going to have an hover state. So I'm going to duplicate this, add hover here. So for the hover state, all we want to do is, let's take this off. What we want is to change this from 64 to 54, just like this. So if I should save this now and I scroll, as you can see, this is not working. Let's say why. Okay, that is because we are doing WebKit slider. So it's not supposed to be slider, it's supposed to be scroll bar. So now if I save, as you can see, we have this color. So when I hover over it, the color changes to the dark version, and we can scroll up and down using this. Alright, so that is that for this website. So the next thing we're going to be doing is the light and dark version right here. So we want to be able to toggle between the dark mode and the light mode whenever we click on this. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So for the dark mode, let's first set the go back to our style.css first, and then let's go back to the very top where we have our theme. I'm just going to navigate through that. Okay, so right here where we have our theme comment and then the button dark light. So next, what we're going to do is to set our variables for the dark theme. Alright, so right here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to type in data theme equals dark, like so. And outside of this, we're going to have this. Alright, so this is where we're going to paste in all the colors we will be using for this. So the first one is going to be the first color. So basically the name is going to be the exact same name we gave our variables right here in the colors where we have the roots. So as you can see, first name is here. We're also going to be grabbing the second color. We're going to be grabbing the title color, and we're going to be grabbing the border color and the container color, I think. So let's just keep going. So I'm going to come back to what we were doing earlier, which is this part, and right here I'm going to type in HSL and then 228.66% and 62%. All right, so this is going to be the variable for the first color, and then I'm going to duplicate this a couple more times. So the next one I'm going to do second color. So second color, and for the second color, the value here is going to be 25, and then the value here is going to be 57, and then this is going to be 54, like so. So the next one here is going to be, let's do the title color. So for the title color, 228, here is going to be 8%, and then right here we're going to do 95. So now it is white. So on this color, as you can see, the title color is this color right here, but now the title color is going to be white, as you can see right here. All right, so now, so let's target the border color, or first let's do the text color. The text color, so the text color is also going to be 228. Here is going to be here is going to be 8% as well, and then this is going to be 70%. So it's going to be a little light. All right, so after that we're going to target the border color. So for the border color, 228.16, this is going to be 16, and this right here is going to be 14. Okay, so next we'll target the body color, and for the body color, what we want is 228.12 and then 8 right here. All right, so 228.12 and 8. So lastly, let's have one more, and this one is going to be the container color. So initially the container color is white, so but now we're going to be changing the value. This is going to be 16, and this is going to be 12, just like this. All right, so I'm going to save this now, and we'll come back to this part later. But now let's move to the JavaScript part. Okay, so this is a dark and light theme, and for this we're going to come back to I don't want to bore you guys with many codes and all, because most of the tutorial is something I've done earlier, and they are very, very recent tutorials, so it's not like they are old tutorials. So I'd recommend you go check them out. Like for instance, let's do this one right here. As you can see, this says responsive portfolio landing page with the name Gabriel, which is my name, by the way. And I made this portfolio back then. I would like you to go to my channel and check this out. So I'm going to navigate to my YouTube channel, and then let me show you the tutorial I'm talking about. All right, so here's my YouTube channel, and if I should go to the videos, this one right here is what I'm talking about. So this tutorial right here, it says full responsive dark light mode portfolio website with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Let me just open that up so you can see. So it is this one right here. Let me start it from the beginning. As you can see, this is the one we're talking about. So this has the light version and the dark version. So make sure you locate this, and this is the thumbnail in case you need the thumbnail. So this one right here is the thumbnail for that tutorial. All right, so I'm going to come back. So this is the GitHub repo for that. You can also find the link in the description below here as well. For this, you can find the link right here. So you're going to see GitHub, yeah, the source code. This is the source code right here. So this one is what you're going for. So if I should click on this now, it's going to take me to the exact same place. Let's see. As you can see, we have responsive portfolio landing page, Gabriel. All right, so what we need to do is click on assets, and then click on JS, and then inside the JS we need the main JS file. So right here, I'm just going to keep scrolling until I get to where it says the dark light theme. So as you can see, we have the dark light theme right here. So what I'm going to do is simply copy everything in this dark light theme. So I'm going to start from here, and then I'm going to copy all the way down here just before the ScrollReveal Animation comment right here. So I'm going to copy this, and let's go back to our website, and then let's go back to our code. And now what I'm going to do is paste that right here. So by pasting this here, I believe this should start working out right out of the box. Let's save and see changes. So if I should save this, and let me just quickly refresh this so we don't get any oops. As you can see, this is working just fine. So now the dark light theme is already working. It is already currently and on the dark theme, and if I click on this, it takes us back to the light theme, and as you can see, the light theme works just fine. So the logos are showing here. Let's go to the dark theme and check out the logo. So all the brands are also showing here as well. So everything seems to be working just fine. Everything is perfect, and I like the way they lay out. Okay, but we have some issues. As you can see right here, these are not well made, and even this text disappears once we click on this. Same thing with all this as well. So these are not nicely done, and then this border right here for the video and all this right here needs to be dealt with as well. So let's see how we can fix all of these. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to style.css, and right here color changes in some aspects on that thing. So some of the aspects we're going to change the colors. So the first one we want to do is first of all, let's target, because I think everything right here is cool. So we're going to target the let's see, okay, we're going to target this swiper button right here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to be using it a lot of times. So let me copy this, come back here and paste it in, and then I'm going to space that and type in swiper button next, put a comma, paste that again, and type in swiper button prev like this, and do this. So if I save this now, we're going to get something like this. So we are targeting both the swiper button next and the swiper button previous. So what we want here, we want to change the border so to 3 pixel solid, and then we want the border color. So now if I save this, as you can see, there is a lot of changes right here on the border. So let me go back to what it was before. This is what it was before, and now this is what it is right now. So this looks much more better in my opinion. All right, so after that, let's come down here. We're going to paste that in again. Now let's target, let me see. Okay, okay, so let's target the nav list. Let's see. So for the nav list, I'm just going to paste this in, then target the nav and list. So for the nav list, what I want to do is give the box shadow to none. So I don't want the box shadow there anymore by default. So if I save now, the box shadow is gone. You might not see the change because it is very subtle and slight, but there is no more box shadow on the nav list. And then moving forward, let's see. Okay, so remember when we hover over this card on the light version, let me go back to the light version. So when we hover over this card, we have this box shadow around it like this. As you can see, there's this box shadow around it like so. Now we do not need the box shadow for the dark version. So let's go back to the dark version. So we do not need the box shadow for this dark version. So what we're going to do is just to put a comma right here. I'm going to paste in the data dark theme, and then I'm going to target a popular card, and then for the card, what we want is the hover. So the hover state as well, we don't want, oops. So for the hover state as well, we don't want that to happen. So now if I hover over this, we're not going to get that that border at the bottom or around this particular card right here. Okay, so that is okay. let's see if I think we also have the border. Okay, we have this box shadow around our image. Did we give our image a box shadow? Let me check real quick. So I'm going to come down to the not the product, but then the Y section. So for the image, okay, we do not have a box shadow on our image, so we're going to pass that. And then let's see, go back to the dark version. Okay, so for this part, what we want to do is, let's come back here to the all right, so right here, the next thing we're going to do, let's target, let me see first. Okay, so let's target this part and make this thing look much better. I'm just going to open one of these and let's see how we style them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that in again, the dark variable, and then right here I'm going to target the Y accordion icon. So the Y accordion icon, I want the background to be the container color. So now the background is set to the container color, as you can see right here. Okay, so the next thing, I want to target the accordion. I'm going to put a comma right here, paste this in, and then I want to target the accordion open Y accordion. So this one right here, the accordion open, and then the Y accordion item. I'm going to also target the container and make it this same color right there. So as you can see, that is also having the background of container color right here. So now this is looking a lot much better on mobile version. Okay, so that is that for this part. So okay, so this particular section right now, for this border, let's see, so I'm going to come back here, let's go down and then paste this. So what I want to do is to target the video content. So for the video content, I want the border to be 6 pixels solid and then border color. So if I save now, we're going to get this color for the border as well. Okay, so moving forward, everything here looks okay. Now for this section as well, we're going to do, okay, so we're going to do a couple of things. Let's come back to this part right here where we have the background color. So I want to target, I'm going to put a comma, paste this in, then let's target the contact card, and then the icon, the icon inside the contact card. And if I save that, we are going to get this color for the contact card icon. So next we're going to put another comma, paste in our data, and then we're going to target the contact card button this time. So, and if I save now, the button is also going to have that. And yeah, I think that is okay for that particular section. But then when we hover over this button, there is a box shadow by default. When I come here and let me close, put this back to the light version. So if I hover over this, you can see that box shadow at the bottom of this card, any of the cards I hover on. So we don't need the box shadow for the dark version, so we're going to take that off. And remember, we already have this box shadow value right here, so all we need to do is add that right here as well. So I'm going to do contact card box and then the hover. So contact card box hover. So if I save that now, we've automatically taken out the hover effect on the dark version for this particular card. So that is awesome. Okay, so moving forward, let's see. Oops, I think I forgot to paste this. I'm just going to paste this right here, and okay, now this should be working fine. All right. Okay, so we have the nav list, the popular card, and then the contact card over for just the box shadow alone. Okay, so moving forward, let's see this part. So for this section right here, this is a subscribe container. So for that, first of all, let's give the background. I'm going to come here. I'm just going to add the background right here. So I'm going to target the subscribe container, and if I save, the background is just going to be a slight change. And then right here, just after this video, I'm also going to put I always forget to add this. Please do not forget to add this data DAG before you add your CSS class. So it is very, very important. So now that slight changes is visible. Okay, so next I'm going to put a comma right here. I'm going to paste that data first, and then let's target the subscribe container again. So this time around we are targeting the border, and we're giving it a 6 pixel solid and then this border color. So if I save now, the color for the border has changed, if you notice that already. So that is that for subscribe section. So let's target this subscribe subscription, or subscribe description rather. So I'm going to paste this, and then I'm going to do subscribe description. So what I want is the color to be text color. So if I save, the color should be a little dark for this particular part. So I want the color to be this dark, just a little darker, like so. So next, moving forward to this part, the footer section. So what I want for the footer section, let me paste this in again, and then I'm going to target the footer link and then the hover. So the hover state for the footer link, I want the color to be FFF, which is white. So instead of the orange, we're going to have white when we hover over them. But if we take that out, right here and we save, we'll still get this orange, and it just depends on whatever you prefer. So I think in my case, I think I'm just going to leave it like this. There's no need adding this one right here. So I'm going to take this off. I still like the orange color. The orange color still works for the dark version as well. So next, let's target the scroll bar. So we're going to target the WebKit scroll bar. So the scroll bar for the dark version, as you can see, this is too light. So the scroll bar for the dark version, we're going to do the background color. Let's have this HSL. Let's grab this value and then change this from 100% to 4%, and then from 97 to 15. So this is the value. If I save this now, as you can see, that light scroll bar changed to this dark version. So the next thing we're going to do is to also target the scroll bar thumb. So I'm going to add the thumb like so, and then for the thumb, what I want to do is 25. So I'm just going to change this to 25, and if I save now, this one is also going to be light. But as you can see, the hover version is still very light. So we are going to duplicate this again one more time, like so, and then I'm just going to add hover right here. So for the hover state, I'm going to change this to 35. So if I save now, if I go here, as you can see, this is looking much better. So here it is. Okay, so this is working fine. But as you can see, we have an issue with this follow us section right here. Let me see the light version. So we never did anything for this section. I'm going to come back to my CSS. Let's go to the footer area right here. So the social links, and I think this should be, let me check real quick. So for the footer, to this this section right here, so everything is footer social link. So let me check the CSS. Oh, okay, so right here we added the S. So I'm going to take off the S from both. So it's supposed to be footer social link, but we did footer socials link, which was plural. So we need the singular Alright, I think that should change the color now. So let's check this version again. Alright, so this is working right now. That looks cool. Okay, so that is much better. Alright, so guys, I think we are finally done with the mobile version, and then we are done with the dark theme as well. So everything is working perfectly well right now. So the next thing we're going to do is to move to the responsiveness. We're going to jump to the responsiveness of this website in a bit. And before we do that, I want you to know that this dark theme, this dark and light theme is actually it saves on your local storage. So when you visit this website and you decide to select the dark theme, so when you come back to the website, maybe after weeks or months using the same browser, and you visit the website again, it is still going to remain on that dark theme. So as you can see, if I keep refreshing right here, we are still going to stay on the dark theme. But then if I come back here and I do this, and now if I do this, as you can see, I keep refreshing, but still we get the light version. All right, so let me just leave this for the dark version, this light version rather. Okay, so now we're going to work with responsiveness, and after the responsiveness, we are going to be targeting the animation for this website, and that will be the final stage. Okay, so for the breakpoint, let me create some more room right here. So let me make this the mobile responsive mode, and I want to click on the mobile S, which is 320 pixel width. So as you can see, a few things start to break right here. Okay, so I'm going to come back to my code, and right here, what I want to do, let me target the media screen, and we're going to target the max width of 350 pixels, and then the container is going to be margin left of 1 rem, and then margin right of 1 rem. So now we are reducing the margin left and right for both sides. So after that, we're going to target, let's see, the home buttons. So home _ btn. So for that, we're going to target the flex direction, and let's set that to column. And then the row gap, let's set that to 0.8 rem. Align items, we're going to set that to flex start. So if I save now, we are going to get the buttons aligned like this. Okay. One more thing, let's do the discover btn A, and then the watch btn A as well. So for this, let me go back here. So let me quickly check the home and see. Okay, so we have watch _ btn. I don't know why they suggested this to me. So for the watch btn, we're going to do the font size, set that to small font size. Alright, so that looks much better. Then let's also target the, let's see where we have any issues and see what we can do there. I think all this looks good to me. Okay. Alright, so the issue right here now is the text are getting into the second line, so the text are breaking off. So I think that's what we should target. Let's target the contact card. So the contact card, we're going to do grid template columns of repeat 1, and then we're going to make that 180 pixel each, and we want to justify the content to center like this, so they all align like this for this screen size. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's use this Galaxy Fold. So this is a small version again of phone. As you can see, a few things are broken right here. So let's see how we can start that. So for that, I'm just going to leave a comment here and say for smaller devices. So now I'm going to do at media screen, and we're also going to target the max width, but this time it's going to be 320 pixel. So anything from 320 pixel and below we want to set. Okay, let's see a few other things, like for instance, let's check this part. So as you can see, some of the things here are also not really good, especially this toggle button right here. So first, I think we should start with that. So now I'm going to target the nav list. So for the list, I want to make the padding left to be let's do 2 rem, and then the width we're going to set that to 75%. So if I save now, we're going to get something like that. Okay, so next let's target the theme toggle wrap. So for the wrap, let's set the left to 2 rem, like so. So now this part looks good in my opinion. So let's exit out of this, and then let's see how we can target this home section. Okay, so for the home section, the first thing I'm going to do is just to reduce the font size. Sorry, the home title. So let's reduce the font size to 2 rem, and yeah, voila, that is what we get. And then let's also reduce the home data. So the column gap, let's set that to 1.2 rem. So they come in closer like this. So see the before, and then see the before right here. They are touching almost the edges, and if I comment that out again, this is what we get. So this is looking much better. Okay, so let's see where we're having an issue. All right, let's target this brand section. So for the brand section, I'm going to do brands container. So for the container, let's reduce the gap to 2 rem to the top and bottom, 1 rem to the left and right. Okay, so that looks much better in my opinion. Alright, so let's also fix this part right here in the products section. So I'm going to target the product card. So for the card, we're going to have the width set to 230 pixel. The padding, I'm going to do 0.5 rem, 0.5 rem, and then we're going to do 0.75 rem. So let me save that, and we're going to get something like that. So next, we're also going to target the product card title. So for the title, let's set the font size to 0.9 rem. So it gets smaller like so. And also for the product card price. So for the price, we're going to target the font size and set that to 1 rem. Just like that. Okay. So once we get that, let's see the other sections. Alright, so this is the Y section, and as you can see, this image is not looking good at all. So let's also fix that image. So for that, we're going to target the Y __ img, and for that we'll set the width to 236 pixel, and then the height is going to be set to 280 pixel. So let's save that, and now we get a well aligned image for our Y section. So everything here looks okay to me. Let's keep scrolling and see what we need. Here looks okay. Okay, so this is the contact section. Basically what we're going to do for this contact, we're just going to add right here, let's add the contact img to this as well. And if I save, we're going to get the same thing for this contact section as well. That looks cool. So everything here looks okay. So for the subscribe container, let me target that subscribe container. So for that, we're going to have the padding set to 2 rem and then 1 rem. Okay, so now this looks much better. And yeah, for these contents, so for the footer, let's target the footer. Footer contents. Yeah, so for the content, let's reduce the gap to and set that to 2.5 rem. Alright, so that looks better for this section. And I think everything works fine for this section right now, including this part right here, and the dark and lighting still works. Okay, cool. Now let's move to the next section. So for this, I'm going to increase this, and then I'm going to make this responsive again. Let's choose the responsive mode. So I'm going to drag this to about, okay, so I think about this part. Let's see what we can do right here. So I'm going to come down and make another comment at media screen and mean width, like so, 568 pixel. So this time around we are targeting the mean width, not the max width. So let's see what we need right here. All this, I think it's okay in my opinion, and this still works. Alright, so for this video section right here, I'm going to target the video container, and then I want to make the display to be grid, and then the grid template columns, we're going to make that 0.8 fr, and the justify content is going to be center. So now basically we just reduced this section right here. Okay, so let's keep going. Alright, so for these contact cards, what I'm going to do right here, for the contact card, I'm going to set the grid template columns to repeat 2, and then I'm going to do 192 pixel for each, and the justify content is also going to be center. Okay, so now this is looking much better. Alright, so this is also okay. So for this section, let's target the footer content. So for the content, we'll do grid template columns. We're going to repeat that 3 and then the max content. So if I save and we go back, we're going to get something like this. Okay, so now let's target the footer logo. For the logo, we want the font size to be H2 font size, and the margin bottom, we want that to be 1 rem. And this is just a little bigger than the main logo itself. Okay, alright, so that is that for this section. Next, let's go to a bigger screen. So we are going to do, okay, somewhere around here. As you can see, the text, the navigation bar is broken, so we're going to fix that as well in this media query. So this is going to be for large devices. So right here we're going to also target the media screen and the mean width of 767 pixel. So for this, first of all, let's target the section. We want to increase the padding a little bit, so we're going to do 7 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 2 rem to the bottom. So after that, we are going to target the nav, which is this one right here. As you can see, it is completely broken. So we're going to target the nav, and for the nav, what we want to do is give this a height, and then let's calculate the value. So previously we have the header height. Let's do var header. Okay, I'm just going to type that manually. Header height, and then we want to add 1.5 rem to it. So basically we just want to increase the height between, as you can see, if I comment this out now and I save, you see how small the header height is right here, this white section right here. And if I should put this back on and save, it has increased in height. So we just added 1.5 rem to that right there. Okay, so now let's target the link. So let's do the nav link. So for the link, we want the font size to be normal font size. We want the color to be HSL. We're going to target 12 and 83. So 228 12 83. And then the text transform is going to be capitalized, just like so. And then let's also target the hover state for this. So the nav link hover. So we want the color to be white. So let's save that, and now let's take a look. So this part is coming to view bit by bit. Okay, so let's also target the theme toggle wrap, like so. So the position, we want to set that to initial position for the theme toggle wrap. After that, we're going to target the nav menu. So for the nav menu, we'll display that to be flex, and then column gap is going to be 1 rem, like so. So let's target the nav list. So the flex direction, we're going to set the flex direction to row, and then the column gap, we're going to make that 3.5 rem. Let's do 3.5 rem. Alright, so now we're getting this right here. Next, let's also target the nav toggle and the nav close. So the nav toggle is basically this one that is toggling, and the nav close is around here, as you can see right there. So I'm going to do .nav toggle and put a comma and then nav close. And for these two, I want to display them to be none. So we don't want to see them at all, so that our details can align properly. That looks cool. So now, as you can see, this color for the switch theme is not visible enough. So what we can do is target the theme switch wrapper and then the span. So because the text is a span, so we're going to make that display of none again. Display of none. Basically, we can just copy this right here, cut it out, put a comma here, and paste that. So now we don't need this anymore. So if I save, we're going to get the same result. So we have the home, the product, the us, the contact, and then we have the toggle button, which also works just fine. As you can see, it's working just fine as well. Okay, so moving forward, let's make the active link white as well. Active link, we're going to set that to white color to white, like so. So if a link is active, it becomes white, as you can see right there. Now it is white, we can't see anything. So we're going to fix that later. Alright, so next, the active link before, if I can type active link before. So for the before, we're going to make the background color the second color. I think it is still the second color initially, so I'm just going to take this off because by default it is always the second color. When I was coding, I wanted to change the color before, but and then I decided to leave it back to what it was. So that's why I'm writing that again from my code. We don't need that actually. All right, so for the scroll header, and then let's target the nav link. So whenever we scroll, as you can see right now, this is active, the home is active, and that is why it is not showing, because the background is white, the nav background is white, and then the text itself on active mode, it is white. So we set it to be white right here on active. So now we're going to change that. So we want the color to be the text color on active. So if I save now, as you can see, this is the color we get when it is active. Okay, so for the active link, so for the scroll header dot active link, we want the text to be title color. So if I save now, yeah, so now this is going to pop more. If I click on this, it is going to pop more than the other ones right there, because of the slight color changes right there. All right, so then we're going to target the before as well. So I'm just going to copy this and duplicate it, and then add here before. So the before pseudo element, and we want the background color to be the second color. Okay, so that is that right there. All right, so next let's target the scroll header itself. Scroll header, and the color, we want that to be text color. Okay, so that is looking good. Now let's focus on this home section. So the hero section is our main focus right now. So for that, I'm going to target the home, and I'm going to say grid template columns repeat to 1FR. So if I save that now, we're going to get something that looks like this. Okay, so it is already becoming awesome right out of the box. So we're going to align the item to stretch so that it contains everything on that on the height rather, and the width. So the position is going to be relative, and the background is going to be, I'm just going to copy the value because it is a linear background. So I'm going to copy this value and I'm going to paste it right here. So you can pause this video and copy this value from here down to here. So it is a linear, so everything you see there you can copy. So next, let's come to the home content. So the home content, we want to set the position to initial. So the position is now initial, and then the home description, we'll set that to imagine bottom of 3 rem. So we are pushing this part, this button down a lot. And then after that, we will target the home button itself. So home BTN, we want to give that imagine bottom of 2.5 rem. And yeah, so next we're going to target the home and then IMG. So the width, we want to make that 600 pixel. Okay, so this is looking good. Next, let's see what we have. Okay, so let's target this brand section right there. So for the brands, let's do brands container. The grid template columns, we're going to repeat 4 times, and then the maximum content. So now if I save, we're going to get this, but then let's add a gap of 4 rem, and then justify content of center. So the gap is 4 rem, justify content is now center. Okay, next let's target the let's see first what we have, what we need to target. So this is looking good. Okay, so the Y container. So let's target the Y container. We want to set the grid template columns to be repeat 2 1 FR, and then the align items to be center. So this right here is what we are gunning for. Okay, the next part here is the video section. So let's see the video section. So for the video section, let's target the video description and give this a padding 0 for the top and bottom, and then 5 rem to the left and right, so we can push in this text from both sides like this. Okay, for the button, let's also target the video button. So we want to set the padding to 2 rem on the button. Okay, that is looking better. Then let's target the video button icon, and then for the icon, let's set the font size to 2 rem, just like so. That is much better as well. Then let's see. Okay, all right, so we're going to fix this the same way we fixed this part, the Y section. So basically what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to come back to the Y container, and I'm going to add a comma right here, and then I'm going to add the contact container like so, and that should automatically fix the contact section for us like this. But then we want this image to be on this side while all this content be on this side. So how we're going to achieve that? It is very, very easy. So what we can do is we are going to grab the contact img, and then we just set the order to 1. And when I save, as you can see, we've already moved this to this side. So that is what we are gunning for. Now let's target the contact card, and then for the card we want the justified content to be initial. So if I save now and then I go back here, as you can see, this is looking better. Okay, so let's see the next section. Let's target this section, which is the subscribe section. So for the subscribe container, we are going to, let's add some padding to the top 3 rem and bottom, and then the left and right, let's do 13 rems. So we're going to get something like this. Okay, next let's target this footer section. So for this footer, we're going to do footer container, excuse me, and for the container, let's do grid template columns, repeat 2 max content, and then justify content space between, like so. So if I save, we're gonna get this. So this is on its own, and all these are on their own as well. Okay, so yeah, I think that is that for this this screen size. So everything is working fine. Yep. All right, so let's go higher. Now let's target the let's do, okay, this screen size. Let's go back to the top, and I'm going to create a media screen, and the main width 1023 pixel. So right here to this section, let's add padding of 7.5 rem to the top, 0 to the left and right, and 1 rem to the bottom. And after that, let's add a container. Right now it is going to be margin left of auto, and then margin right of auto. so everything is going to be centered henceforth. Okay, so once that is out of the way, and now we can now target the home content. So for the content, we want the max width to be 450 pixel. The margin right is going to be 4 rem, and then the margin left is going to be auto. So if I save that and I come back, we're going to get something like this. Okay, so for the home description, and then the home data description, these two, we want the font weight to be font medium, like so, and this right there. All right, so next let's go to the next section, which is the brand section right here. So basically what we want to do for the brands img and then the images themselves, we only want to increase the size to 160 pixel. So if I save, as you can see, this is that bigger. All right, next let's see the container, this popular section rather. Let's target the container, the product container. So for the container, let's do padding top of 3 rem. So now we have a padding top of 3 rem to this container. And then for the description, product description, like so, we want the font size to be normal font size. The font weight is going to be font medium, and then the line height is going to be 1.6. Let's save that and then we get this. Okay, next let's target the product card. So for the card, we're going to set the width to 320 pixel, and then the padding is going to be 0.75 rem, 0.75 rem, and then 2 rem. So if I save now and then I go back to check, we're going to get this very awesome view. All right, so that is looking good. One more thing, let's target the product card title. So for the title, we want the font size to be 1.1 rem, and then the padding right to be 2 rem. Okay, so that is looking good. I love the way this turns out to be. All right, so now for the Y container, let's target the Y container, and then want to align the items to flex start, and then the column gap, we want to set that to 5 rem. Okay, and with that we are going to increase the YIMG width. So we increase the width to 489 pixel, and then we increase the height as well to 592 pixel, and also the border radius, we're going to set that to 258 to the top left, 258 pixel to the top right. I forgot to add pixel right here, and then to the bottom right 16 pixel, to the bottom left 16 pixel as well. So now if I save, we are going to get this nice view. This is extremely awesome, and everything works just fine, like so. All right, so let's also target this description. So for the Y description, we're going to do the font size. Font size is going to be normal font size. The margin bottom is going to be 2.5 rem, and line height is going to be 1.6, and then the font weight, I'm going to make that the font medium. So now this is much better. Okay, so next let's target the title. Y Accordion title. For the title, I want to do the font size to normal font size, and then for the accordion item, I want to set the padding to 1.25 rem, 1.25 rem, and 1.25 rem and 1 rem. Okay, so this is looking better. All right. Let's target the accordion description. So for description, we're going to set the bottom padding to 1 rem. The font size is going to be small font size, like so. And if I open this up, this is what we are going to get. Okay, so this is looking extremely nice to me at this moment. So moving forward, okay, let's also target this section. So for this, I'm going to, I think what I want to do for the video description, so let me just come back here where we have the Y description. I'm just going to put a comma and add video description, like so, and it should automatically take on the same exact styling as for the Y description as well. So I think that's the only thing I need to do for this video section. So let's move right here. Alright, so for this contact section, basically everything we need is, we've done it already for the Y section. So right here, I'm just going to add the contact container, and if I save, you're going to see this space. Then also I'm going to add the contact img. Oops, I'm supposed to add a comma right here, and then contact img. So if I save now, the image is also going to be a bit bigger, like so. And the next one, let's also target the contact description, so that we get the same styling for this as well. So I think that is that. So for the contact card, I want to target the grid template columns to be repeat 2 and then 200 pixel, like so. Okay, 200 pixel that way. And then for the contact card box, so the contact card box, we'll set the padding to 28 pixel to the top, 1.5 rem to the left and right, and then 1.5 rem to the bottom. So that is for the box, each box right here. So that is looking good. Alright, so next let's target the subscribe title. So let's grab the title, subscribe title. For the font size, we're going to do 2.5 rem, and then the margin bottom is going to be 1.5 rem. So if I save, and then let's take a look, and this is what we get. And let's also target the description. So the font, subscribe description, like so. Font size is going to be normal font size, and let's save and see. Okay, so next, let's see what we can do next. Alright, so the last section right here is the footer section. So for this footer section, I'm going to target the footer content. So for the content, let's do the grid template columns of repeat 4 and then max content. And let's save, and then we get this. So next, let's target the footer title. For the title, we're going to do margin bottom of 1.5 rem. And then for the footer links, we're going to target the row gap and make that 1 rem. Okay, so this is better. Now let's also target the footer info. So for the info, the flex direction is going to be row. Then the justify content is going to be space between, and then the padding bottom we're going to do 2 rem. So if I save now and then I check, this is what we get. Awesome stuff. Okay, so let's also target this show scroll. Let's target the show scroll. I think the bottom is already 3, so let's target the right and set that to 3 rem. So we are pushing the right in a little bit to 3 rem towards the side. If I take that out, as you can see, it is at this edge, but if I bring back the right 3 rem, we are pushing it to this spot. So that is better right there. So that is that for that screen size. So let's go to a bigger screen size. This time we're going to do let's leave it around here. The last one we did was 1023, so now let's do 1040. Screen and mean width of 1040 pixel. So right here, let me just reset the home content. Oops. So home content. So for the content, we're going to set the max width to 400 pixel, and then the margin right is going to be 7 rem, and then margin left is going to be auto. So if I save that, let's go to the home content and take a look. So this is getting better. Alright, so now let's move to the next screen size. Let me just increase this to about that. Okay, so let me just copy this and then paste it right here, and then we want to do 1200. So at 1200 screen size, the home is going to have a maximum width of 950 pixel. The overflow Y is going to be hidden, and then the home container is going to have a padding, let's say the padding top of 11 rem. So let's save and let's see what we have. Okay, so next let's target the home data. The padding top is going to be 3 rem. And also let's not forget the home img. The width is going to be initial, like so. Let's save that and see what we get. Okay, so there is an issue right here. Oh, sorry, I did max width. It's supposed to be max height. So the maximum height, not the maximum width. Yeah, so it's supposed to be like this. My bad, sorry about that. Okay, so let's see what we need next. For these brands, let's do brands img and then img. We're going to set the width to 170 pixel. So if I save now, this is what we get for the width. Alright, so let's go to the next screen size. So I'm going to make a comment right here. So I'm going to do alternate code for larger screens, and right here I'm just first of all, let me see the size I want. So I'm going to do, first I'm going to reduce this to 50, and then I'm going to drag this to a particular height, to a particular width rather. So let me leave it at somewhere around this. So I'm going to do at media screen, I'm just going to paste in what we copied earlier, and then I'm going to change this to let's do 1700 pixel, like so, and it's also a mean width. So right here I'm going to target the home, and this is going to be a max width of 1400 pixel, and then the margin left is going to be auto, and the margin right is also going to be auto. So if I save, we're going to get something like this. All right, so that is for screens that are larger than 1700 pixels. So now let's also get for 2K and 4K resolutions. So these sizes, I'm just gonna, let's see, I think that is always around here if I'm not mistaken. So now I'm going to paste that again. I'm going to change this to, let's do 2048 pixel, and for this we're going to target the body. So what we want for the body is to zoom in, so the zoom is going to be 1.5. so if I save now, as you can see, we zoomed in. Whenever anyone is on this screen size, it's going to be zoomed in like this, so everything is going to look so cute. All right, so after that we're also going to target another screen size. I think this should be for like maybe 8K resolutions and co. So for here, let's do 3840 pixel. So the body, I'm just going to target and zoom, make the zoom to be 2 instead of 1.5. all right, so let's see responsive mode for this website. So as you can see, this is 100% responsive. Everything is working fine right here, and everything is well aligned. And then the next one is the normal phone screen size, which is a 375 pixel width. So as you can see, this is also working well, and then this one is also working perfectly well. And for this, as you can see, this is a tablet version, and it is also working extremely well. Then let's move to this part, the laptop version. The laptop version is also working extremely good. So now let's move to the large laptop versions, or the large screens. As you can see, this is also looking good. So as a matter of fact, let's exit out of this. So right here, as you can see, this is awesome. So I can change this to this theme and that theme, and everything still works extremely well on this website. And then if I should zoom in on this browser, because my screen is also large, I'm using about 24 inches screen size, so it is large. So if I zoom in, as you can see, it is fitting this whole part like this, and everything is working just fine because we set all the values initially. Okay, so now I think it is time for us to add our animations and see how that works. So for the animation, we're going to be making use of the ScrollReveal library. So this is the website right here, scrollrevealjs.org. I'm going to be leaving all the links in the description below. So, and then this is what it looks like. And what we want to do here is let's go to the let's go to the GitHub. So click on the GitHub icon right there, and you're going to get something like this. So what I want to do is click on the dist. So inside of the dist, what you want to grab is ScrollReveal main.js, ScrollReveal.main.js, and then we're going to click on the raw. So once we get the raw, now I'm going to right click save as, and we are going to save this inside our JS folder. As you can see, this is my JS folder where we have the main.js and the swiper bundle main.js as well. So I'm going to save that right here, and now I'm going to close this. So now I'm going to come back to, first let me go to our website, and I'm going to close this as well. Then I'm going to come back to our code. So for the code, I'm going to go to the JavaScript part, and right here, the last one we have here is the ScrollReveal.js. But before we do that, let's not forget to link our file. So I'm going to come to the very bottom. First, let me collapse all this, or let me close all this, so that we have a clean code, and then this as well. All right, so I'm going to come down here to the ScrollReveal.js, and I'm just going to navigate to where the file is. So ScrollReveal.main.js. Okay, so I'm going to save this and then come back to our main.js. All right, so what you want to do here is to create a variable. So I'm going to say const sr equals ScrollReveal, and then in here we're going to open this up. So first we want to set the origin to top so that everything starts coming, the whole animation animates from the top by default. We can change that later when we are maybe adding other stuff, but by default we want it to come from the top. And then the distance, we want the distance to be 60% rather, 60 pixel. So you're going to come from 60 pixel, and then we want the duration to be 2500, and also the delay is going to be 400. And one more thing, we can set the reset to true, and I'm going to show you what this reset do in a bit, but first I'm going to comment this out for now. So when I save this, nothing happens, and now this is when we start to use our the ScrollReveal.js. So how do you use it? You do sr.review. So we want to review, and then in here we use the backticks. So we use the backticks like this, and then the first thing we want to target, let's target the home, this home text right here. So we have that has a class of notes. Your class starts with a dot, so it has a class of home title. So if I save this and then I go back, as you can see, this is animating from the top. That is extremely awesome. Okay, so the next thing we want to animate is the home description. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and then right here I'm going to target the description. But inside of this description, I want to also add a delay. So a delay of 500. So by default we have a delay of 400, but I want to increase the delay by 100 so that the home title animates first before this starts. It's going to be almost the same, but you're going to see that there is that little delay for this one as well. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, let's also target the home buttons. So I'm going to duplicate this, just one, duplicating one, and then this is going to be for the home BTN. So the BTN is going to be a delay of 600, and if I save now, we're going to get this. Okay, so next I'm going to repeat the same thing, but this is going to be for the data. So for the data, we want a delay of 700, like so, as you can see. All right, so that is that. We're going to leave this image as it is. There's no need to style that one or put an animation on that, but then we want an animation on this part right here for the brands. So what we can do, I'm going to duplicate this again. So I'm going to get rid of this brands __ img. So for this, we don't want a delay because it is in another section. It is not within the home section. So we want an interval instead, and for the interval we want 100. So that means we want them to be dropping in bit by bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, there is this slight delay. So this comes in first, this comes in later, and then this later and this later. So let me refresh this again so you see that. As you can see, there's this little delay among the 4 of them. Alright, so that is good. Next, for the product container, I'm just going to come back to the top here and add the product container here. Container, and when I save, as you can see, we get that as well for this container. Okay, so next for the Y, this Y section. So what I can do, I'm going to duplicate this for the Y. So here I'm going to say Y img, and then instead of interval, what I want is the origin. So if you remember, the origin here is set to top, but we don't want this to come from the top. We want this to come from the left. And then I'm going to duplicate this again, and then the Y content. So the content, we want the content to come from the right, like this. And please do not forget to wrap this in a quote. So we're going to wrap them like this. So they're supposed to be like this. And when I save, and then as you can see right here, this is coming from the left, and this is coming from the right. Okay, so let me refresh that again so you can see the animation. That is awesome. All right, so now let's move to the next section, which is this video section. So for the video section, I'm also going to add that right here because we want the same thing here as well for the video. So that's video container, and if I save and go back, as you can see, the video is also coming from the top. So that is that for the video section. And right here for this contact section, the contact section, we want it to do exactly the same thing this section did. So right here, what I can do is I'm going to come here. This is the part where I'm going to put the contact content, and then right here I'm going to put the contact img, so that the contact img comes from the right and the contact content comes from the left. So if you see, the contact content is here and this is coming from the right. The contact img is here coming from the right, and then the contact content is here coming from the left. So that is what we are going for. And yeah, so let's see, for the subscribe container, we are going to also add that right here. So subscribe container, and if I save, this should also animate from the top. Let's go to the wires. Let me refresh this one more time so you see the animation. As you can see, it is coming from the top. Okay, so now for the footer, we are also going to make the footer container come from the top. So we're going to add that one here as well, the footer container. So I'm going to hit save, and as you can see, the footer container is also coming from the top, just like that. Let me refresh that one more time, and as you can see, it is coming from the top. All right, so yeah, I think this is everything. Let me refresh so we can see it happen one more time. So this, and then when I scroll down to the brands section, we are going to see the brands animate in like so. When I scroll to this section, we're going to see it animate in. When I scroll to this section, it's going to animate in, and then this section animates in, this section as well, and right now this section to end the footer section, they both animate in. So let's see the same stuff for the light version. So we're on the light version right now. I'm going to hit refresh, and as you can see, this is working. So for the products, as you can see, it's also working. The Y section is working. So I'm just skipping through, and then the contact section, as you can see, that is also working as well. Then we have these two sections as well. All right, so let's see if this works for the mobile version. So for the mobile version, let's do iPhone 12, and then I'm going to hit the refresh button. So as you can see, this is also working for this version. So when I scroll, as you can see, everything is animating in as expected, left and right, top, right and left, top and top. So everything is working perfectly well for the mobile version as well. Even on the dark theme, it is also working perfectly well. So let's see that again. The logos come in, this comes in, this comes in, this comes in, this part comes in, this and this comes in. So everything seems really cool. All right, so now let me show you, let me exit out of this. So now let me show you why we'll put this reset to true. So if we put this reset to true, what is going to happen? But first, I think I have a typo error right here. So this is supposed to be reset, not rest, reset. So if I uncomment this and then I save, and when I come back here, once this finish loading, watch what happens when I scroll to the bottom. So I scroll, all these are animating in nicely. But then when I scroll back to the top, as you can see, the animation repeats itself again. So when you go out of the view, the animation happens, it disappears, and then when you come back in view, this thing repeats itself again. But generally I don't like that. So just watch. If I scroll to the very bottom right here, now when I start scrolling to the top, everything starts animating in again, bit by bit, just like this. So this might be interesting to you. If you want this feature, you can leave it. It is also awesome. But for my case, I don't think I need that. So I'm just going to get rid of this. But I'm leaving the code right here so that in case you need it, all you need to do is remove this comment right here so that it can be like this. All right. Since we're done with this website, I think now is the best time for us to deploy it on the internet. As you can see, we are still on our local storage right here, or our local view. So we are viewing this from the file on our desktop, and yeah, this we can share this to our friends, family, or whoever we want to share it to. So the next thing we're going to be doing now is to deploy it on the internet so we can be able to share it to our friends, potential clients, and maybe land that dream job. All right, so to do that, we're going to be making use of this platform called Netlify. So Netlify is what I use in deploying most of my applications that I do, maybe for YouTube tutorial or for fun. And this is actually free. So what you want to do is click on this sign up. Like I said, it's completely free. So you can click on this sign up to sign up with whatever platform you're going to use to sign up. I think they have GitHub and co. So I use the GitHub. You can maybe use a Gmail and whatever. But since I'm already registered, so what I'm going to do is click on login. And if you've been using this platform before, you realize that when you click on login, it just takes you to your page. It doesn't really, it doesn't really ask you to start putting your login details. So what I'm going to do here, as you can see, this is the previous website that I did. And let me just show you real quick. So this is the previous one. So also on my YouTube channel, in case you want to check this out, Dope Cars. As you can see right here, this is the design. So the source code and everything is on YouTube. You can check this out. This is just the previous one I did recently, and everything here works just fine, as you can see right here. So if you want to do something like this, I recommend you checking that out. All right, so but for now, what we want to do is to deploy this current one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on add new site, and I'm going to click on deploy manually. So when you click on deploy manually, it's going to bring this tab up. So all you have to do is open up your folder and where your folder is located, and all you need to do is just drag in that folder and then paste it in here, as you can see, just paste it like that and then let it go. So this is going to start doing its thing and going to deploy in a minute. As you can see right here, it said site has not yet been deployed, so we have to wait. So as you can see right here, the site has been deployed successfully, and as you can see, it says your site is deployed and there's a check mark right here. So the next thing I'm going to do is to set up the domain. So I'm just going to click on domain settings. If you have any domain you bought from other platform like GoDaddy, Hostinga, Namecheap, whatever platform you bought, you can also link that right here. So you can add a custom domain, select the domain, maybe put the domain, then it will ask you for all those additional details like the domain and the NS. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to click on this where it says option and then edit site name, and instead of all this right here, I'm just going to get rid of that, and then I'm going to put in any name I want. So in this case, I'm doing Phonics. I'm just going to click save. So when you do this, it's going to make the link shorten a little bit. So we're going to get phonics.netlify.app, and if I just click on this right now, and once this loads up, as you can see, it is secured and we are getting our website like this. So this is awesome. As you can see right here, everything still works as expected. So everything is working fine, just like this, and this is also working fine. This is good, this is good. Alright, so as you can see, everything is working perfectly well. When I go to the top, we get to the top as well, and I can also check the light version. So with the live version, as you can see, this is also working just well. And since we are on the light version, if I should refresh, as you can see, we are still on the light version. But if I should go to the dark version and then I hit refresh again, as you can see, we are going to remain on the dark version. So let me just go to the light version and then show us everything all the way. So this works, everything works just fine to this point, and then the video as well works just fine. As you can see right here, both on the dark and on the light version, it still works perfectly well. Okay, so once that stops, the icon is going to change to play. Alright, so right here we also have all this that works nicely. So this is beautiful. Also, everything still works fine. Okay guys, so this is the end of this tutorial, and if you like this video, kindly give that thumbs up a smash, and then also smash that subscribe button if you want more content like this from me henceforth, because I'm going to be doing this almost every week. So make sure you subscribe, and when you subscribe, click that bell notification icon so that you get notified as soon as I drop any new content whatsoever. Alright guys, so here is the end of this tutorial. Thank you all for your support. If you watched this through the end, I congratulate you, and I say a very big thank you for supporting this channel by watching, liking, and subscribing. Until the next video, I'll catch you later. Peace.